And both teams going through their pregame rituals, getting loose well before. Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sport. Well, both these teams. Of course, Greg, strong and rebounding. Should be a battle out there.
Nothing easy in the paint, Kevin. Both front courts will be fighting for every possession when they miss.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. Mikal Bridges out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Hart in at the 4. Boston on D. Pass to Anunoby. Lets it go with a 3. And the shot will not go from Anunoby. And here's Boston. Over in the corner, White. Back to Brown. Brunson against Tatum. And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That is his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
The 3 from Tatum. Out to White. Celtics passing it around. Fires from deep. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for New York. And Stan, as he enters his prime, Jason Tatum is shooting to become the face of the NBA.
Yeah, and Kevin, he knows winning is the key. For a star player on a great team, learning that balance, when to take over and when to set up your teammates is a big part of it.
Stolen by Holiday. Here's the 3. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. New York's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Offensive rebound. The kick out to Anunoby. A 3-pointer off the mark.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving.
The shot by Holiday, no good. The Knicks have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Brunson the pass to Hart. Out to Bridges. Now Anunoby. Brunson finds Anunoby. Bridges outside. 4 on the shot clock. And up the court come the Celtics on the break. And it's White missing.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Now, here's Anunoby. Towns, the pass to Brunson. Back to Towns. Out to Bridges. A 3-ball. Good, and the assist goes to... Towns.
No hesitation from Bridges. He gets the ball and is primed to take that shot.
Outside Holiday. It's rebounded by Brunson. The Knicks leading by 4. Hart the pass to Brunson. Towns up top. Anunoby outside. And a miss there on the triple. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Boston. And talking about the Knicks, GA, do you feel they took a step forward last season?
I do. I mean, losing in 7 in the conference semis with all the injuries they had, that really kind of set them back. They ended that game 7 with the Pacers missing 4 of their starting 5. So, no doubt, expectations will be high.
So it's the Celtics now. After New York gets the 3. And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That's foul number 2 for him. The Celtics making a switch here. Horford's checked in. And then for New York, Achua, he's checked in for OG Anunoby. And Miles McBride subbed in for Bridges. Horford finds Holiday. Here's Brown. The Celtics need to get a shot off. Horford. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 6 rebounds in the game. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, the Celtics can beat you in a number of ways. Point guard Jrue Holiday said, "We can play small and big. We have great bench players who come in and change the game at any time and could start on other teams. And we have a hunger." Kevin, they're going to be a problem for a long time.
Agreed. Yeah, they are stacked, DA, for sure.
New York.
Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Knicks.
Well, the coaching staff's game plan is very clear. Move the ball on the perimeter and shoot the shots with no hesitation.
And something else that's working for them is ball movement. A lot of their points so far have come as a result of smart plays.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Bridges comes in for Josh Hart, and it's Payne in for Jalen Brunson. Pass to Horford. To the paint. Here's Hauser. Over Bridges. Boston, no good that time either.
Well, and even though he couldn't get that one to fall, that's a shot they want him taking.
And McBride gets it to go.
Building up a big early lead, they have taken charge of this game.
Yeah, but you can't let up at all. They've got a chance to put this game away early, and they should take it.
Payne finds Bridges. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. Bridges has got 5 now. The first quarter concludes in a double-digit lead on the scoreboard. New York ahead, leading by 14. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And guys, we've seen a confident-looking Knicks team out there today.
I know it's early, but all those 3-pointers, boy, do they add up.
And with each made 3, their confidence continues to build. Their opposition might want to change their approach to try to slow them down.
And New York, looking at who they've got. Achua is out there with Bridges. Then it's Payne. Then there's Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the 5, home in the paint. And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
And last season, he made good on about 3 out of every 4 free throw attempts. And last time I checked, I think that's 75%.
New York leading by 11. Some nice passing by New York here. No coverage that time.
Bridges.
He's got 8.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
New York's gone 6 of 10 from three-point range, up over 50% for the ball game. Stan, you talk about a stacked roster. It's hard to find many weaknesses for the Celtics.
Yeah, Kevin, there's a reason the Executive of the Year award went to Boston's front office last season. The Celtics are built right, and they're built to last.
And you know, Greg, we're seeing so many teams utilizing the dribble handoff.
And it really forces the defense into a bad spot, can create situations where the offense has an advantage, and then it allows you to kind of seek out the matchup.
And the Knicks making a change here. Anunoby's checked in.
And he's shown a great touch at the line. They've tested the big guy, but he's come through.
Launches it. And McBride gets it to go. McBride's got 9.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
Second quarter, we're a little over a minute and a half in. Tatum drives in. And the dunk by Tatum.
How about Tatum there with the finish with some authority above the rim.
Pass to Achua. Here's McBride. Back to Achua. Here's McBride, guarded by Tatum. Anunoby passes to McBride. That 3 off the mark. Celtics trail by 13. Poke loose. To the middle. Anunoby kicks to Achua. From outside, off the mark. Boston's gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. Tatum down low. Defended by McBride. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
And looking at Tatum's game, he really doesn't have a weakness. He can give it to you in a variety of ways.
And that one falls for Tatum. A different look for New York. Towns comes in for Robinson. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Bridges. And so Tatum nails them both. The Knicks leading by 11. Pass to Towns. And the foul on Drew Holiday. That's his first foul. And the Knicks making a change here.
First team foul. Knicks substitution, number 13.
Brunson the pass to Towns. Here's Kolek, guarded by Holiday. And here's Brunson outside. A rebound by the Celtics. And the conversation for Porzingis, coach, tends to always come back to help. And what a challenge that has been for him.
Yeah, Kevin, over his career, on average, he's missed about 30 games per season. But that's not an uncommon problem, as you know, for players who stand well over 7 feet tall. That's a defender doing just enough to cause a miss on the layup.
Down low, the kick out to Anunoby. Here's Achua. And again, it's the Knicks missing. Celtics trail by 11. Tatum, that's for 2. Off the mark, had a chance to trim it to single digits. There's 1:17 left in the first half of basketball. Out to Brunson. Here's Kolek, guarded by Tatum. Just 4 to shoot. From deep, Brunson. The offensive rebound. Anunoby outside. Pass to Kolek. Another miss, and they desperately need a bucket. The Celtics have gone only 2 of 7 from the field since the second quarter got underway. Achua with it. He's picked up by White. And here's Towns. Achua with it. Here's Kolek. Stolen by Tatum. For the finish. And it's Tatum completing the break.
And you see the length of Tatum on that play. Long arms to pick the ball, and then the long strides up the court.
We've got 22 seconds left in the first half of the game. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
Pass to Towns. Anunoby left side. Brunson outside. And so we wrap up the first half. Knicks lead by 12. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge. Standing. Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot drum line. They're measuring up the shot.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. And so Holiday will bring it up for the Celtics. A 12-point game. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. And it's Holiday in at the 1. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. 5 to shoot, and the shot goes in from Kristaps Porzingis.
And nice use of size by Porzingis inside, able to practically play on top of the D.
Hart kicks to Bridges. Back to Hart, pass to Brunson. New York moving the ball around. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. The Knicks shooting their first foul shot of the game. And the technical free throw is good. And Coach Derek White spent his first 4.5 seasons with the Spurs and Coach Greg Popovich, who did a lot to boost his confidence.
Yeah, Kevin, White was a late first-round pick. He's a humble guy, very hardworking. I don't even think he realized he could be this good.
Holiday with it. Hart covering. Outside Tatum. Back to Holiday. Shoots over Towns. The shot by Holiday, no good.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Yeah, they might want to draw something up here to get him something at the rim or get him to the free throw line. Sometimes that's all it takes to snap a cold streak.
Pass to Towns. Bridges outside. Off target with his three. Celtics trail by 11. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Devin, thanks. Jaylen Brown has put it all together. He said, I'm figuring out my spots to be aggressive. That's in my DNA. But also showing how I've grown. Being a great screener, delivering passes on time and on target. That's important to being a great teammate. I'm focused on being a better basketball player. Kevin?
Yeah, and he's a smart one too, right, David? He is something else. Outstanding stuff, DA, as always. Towns with it, picked up by Brown. Brunson kicks to Hart. Over Holiday. New York, no good that time either.
A little ambitious on that possession, trying to hit a shot in the face of that defensive pressure.
New York leading by 9. Out to Bridges. Lets it go from deep. And again, it's the Knicks missing. For Boston, they've gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. Holiday, the pass to Porzingis. Outside, White. From the arc. Rebounded by Hart. For New York, they've gone 0 of 5 to the start of the second quarter. Extremely cold shooting coming out of the locker room. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here. And that one goes out of bounds. The last touch by Bridges. We've got some talented defensive big men in the league today, Coach. But in your opinion, who would you say is the best rim protector?
Well, Kevin, I would have said Rudy Gobert because people didn't even want to go to the rim and challenge him. Right. Anthony Davis is great. But I'm telling you, the young guy, Victor Wembanyama, I think is the best we've got now.
Isn't he something else, Stan? We've never seen anything like him.
We never have, and I'm not sure we ever will again.
And it's going to take more than that to stop Tatum, a wing who can score in so many different ways.
The tray. It's good from long range. Achua's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Celtics trail by 10. Brown with it. Hart covering. Brown the pass to Tatum. There's Tatum's range on display.
A 3 of his own for Tatum. That is how you respond.
Bridges outside. Good, and as this goes to town. Bridges has got 11.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Pass to Brunson. Now, here's Achua. Bridges, no one around him. No good on the triple.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Here's Pritchard. And the 3 off target. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. And there's the foul. It's on Peyton Pritchard. That's his first foul. So for the Knicks, Mitchell Robinson's checked in for Karl Anthony Towns. OG Anunoby comes in for Josh Hart. And Miles McBride subbed in for Jalen Brunson. The Knicks have shot just 1 free throw earlier, 1 for 1 in the game.
And just to mention, a season ago, they were very comfortable at the line, hitting about 78% of their free throws.
Celtics trail by 12. And there's the drive. Here's Pritchard. Drains the three-pointer. Pritchard's got his first 3 points of the game. Now, here is Robinson. Hasn't made one yet. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Brown feeling it out a bit. Off with the layup. And so it's New York in control with a 9-point lead to end the quarter. Their defense. Now let's take a look at of the game presented by State Farm.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball. And how about the perfect delivery?
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And on the floor for New York here in the fourth. OG Anunoby is out there with Towns. Then there's Miles McBride. Then it's Payne, and it's Robinson in at the 5 spot. Outside, Towns. And the call is going to be, yes, it is, an illegal screen.
And guys, point of emphasis for the league is to really crack down on illegal screens.
Yeah, and yet, we still see it a lot. It's a tough thing to police.
Here's the drive. Pritchard passes to Horford. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And McBride now top of the key. Some nice passing by New York here. The kick out to Anunoby. And again, New York with the triple.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
And here's Tatum for 3. Take that! Oh, Tatum from the parking lot.
Yeah, and when you're hit, you gotta hit back.
A bit of a duel going on between them. Came down the floor looking for immediate payback.
A shot by Pritchard, no good. It's picked off. Craig can't get it to go. And so Anunoby will bring it up for the Knicks. Payne dishes to Robinson. Outside, Towns. Pass to Payne. Takes a 3. Good, and the assist goes to Towns. Towns has got 3 assists now in this one.
Oh, what a feed right there. Towns' vision is really off the charts.
Drew Holiday is checked in for Torrey Craig. Josh Hart, he's checked in for the Knicks. The 3 from Tatum. It's rebounded by Anunoby. Anunoby's got 4 rebounds in this game. Hart finds McBride. Now, here's Hart. Guarded closer. Pass to Payne. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Anunoby has the open look. Had the space there, but it's offline. Poked away. Stolen by Anunoby. To the inside. Now McBride. Back to Payne. Here's McBride, guarded by Holiday. Hart with it. And here is Anunoby. Pass to McBride. 3 on the clock. The kick out to Anunoby. Towns. The rebound by Holiday.
He'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option.
Tatum using his size inside.
And that's simply Tatum making the hustle play, wanting it more than the opposition.
And it's Towns penetrating and a missed layup. Celtics trail by 13. Here's Pritchard. No good from outside.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the 3.
And a fast break now for the Celtics. And the shot goes in. 18 points for Jason Tatum.
Well, you know Jason Tatum can score, and that's exactly what he's done thus far.
That one goes in.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
They get it again. Stolen away.
no question as to which team gave the better effort tonight. A dominant performance and an outstanding win for the Knicks.
Tonight, they did a great job of getting everyone involved. They had the good passing, and that led to some open shots.
Solid play, definitely, Kevin.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Mikal Bridges checked in for Miles McBride. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Payne. Celtics shooting just 28%. They are offensively out of whack and out of step with each other at this point. Hart the pass to Towns. Anunoby kicks to Bridges. Pass to Anunoby. Back to Bridges. Just 5 on the clock. Now Anunoby. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. 24 seconds left to play in the final quarter. A shot by Holiday. Nobody around. His three-pointer's off the mark. And they can just dribble the ball until the buzzer.
Yeah, they got to be happy with the outcome.
Fires the three. And there's Bridges on the assist from Brunson.
3.
So no problem for New York as they get the win. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance.
Why you speaking funny? The fact, why you speaking to me? Put my phone on D&D for all the leeches. Touring farm beach.
Hello, basketball fans. You've got it on 2K Sports as we get set to bring you exciting NBA. You like scoring, we've got you covered.
Yes, we do. Two high-powered offenses. And they're not just talented, they're relentless.
Tip-off goes to the Celtics. Let's check out Milwaukee's starting lineup. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Torian Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, a small forward. Porzingis passes to Tatum. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Good on the shot.
Well, Tatum can find the shot he wants just about anywhere. He's got that kind of versatility.
Lillard with the ball. And the dunk by Lillard.
Now that's how you use the screen right there.
And it leads to a thunderous finish. That was nice.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
Pass to Porzingis. Three-pointer. Brown can't hit. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Joe Mazzulla. We discussed the challenges a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo presents for his defense, and coach responded saying he's a handful for sure. I told our guys to make sure we seal up any lanes to the basket and just try to make him beat us with his jumper. It won't be easy, but coach feels like they'll be able to make it a little more difficult for Giannis. Guys.
Okay, thanks, Allie. And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for Milwaukee. And grant the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
Here's White. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Lillard with the ball. Guarded now by Holiday. Oh, and the jam by Lillard.
Oh, wow. Dame just sticking it to the other team, and you can see it's motivating his squad as well.
Holiday against Lillard. Holiday passes to White. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday.
Boy, White is a capable three-point shooter now, and he does not need a lot of space or time to get off his shot.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. Back to Lillard. Lopez with it. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Over to the wing. The shot. Offensive rebound. Bucks. On the wing, Kuzma. On the wing, Kuzma. Clock at 6. Back to Lopez. They shoot again. Launches a 3. And Kuzma the bucket on the assist by Lopez.
The timing, the rhythm. Kuzma really does a nice job catching the defense off guard with those catch-and-shoot jumpers.
And here's Brown for 3. Can't hit it. He's 0 for 2 now. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. Milwaukee shooting their first free throw in this game.
Hey, certain guys just exude that it factor. Damian Lillard is a great player and a terrific leader.
Horford, he's checked in for Tatum. Portis, he's checked in for the Bucks. Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
White, the pass to Porzingis. And the layup is good off the glass.
Well, you know, guys, the combination of strength and height for Porzingis allowing him to take on physical defense much better.
Lillard against Porzingis. Portis, the pass to Lopez. Off target with the 3.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Back to Porzingis. Shot from 16. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
Tell you what, that is a missed opportunity from mid-range for sure. With as little defense as was shown, should have made that one.
Lopez finds Lillard. Portis outside. No good on the triple.
And, you know, even though that shot didn't go down, I like how they got him a wide-open look in space there.
Back to White. And it's going to be a 3-second call. And Boston with some changes. Cornette's checked in for Porzingis. Hauser comes in for White. And Pritchard is subbed in for Holiday. Milwaukee leading by 5. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. For 3, here's Lillard. And from the field after that one, 3 for 4 now.
tell you what, doesn't matter whether he's on the move or standing still, Leonard is a flat-out laser shooter.
Jacks up with 3. Rebounded by Trent. Milwaukee has gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. Sims, the pass to Porter. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. Gets it up. There it goes! It's a big shot at the buzzer.
And just nails the 3.
Just a big-time effort for Damian Lillard, providing a lot of energy for the Milwaukee Bucks. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. Back after this. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, what stands out to you from Milwaukee in this one?
Well, it looks like hitting the boards hard was an emphasis of their attack. They knew how valuable it was to do so.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Jason Tatum. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. And it's Hauser in at the small forward position. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. Celtics trail by 5. Tatum way outside. The quick look, no good that time.
Would you say testing the limits of his range there?
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
Trent outside. Back to Portis. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Portis has got his first basket.
Slick moves inside by Portis to avoid the defense for the hoop.
Pritchard, the pass to Hauser. And Kevin Porter picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Craig with a screen on Trent. Down low. Pass to Hauser. From deep. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Here's the break. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Hey, Brian, a key concept preached by Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla and reiterated by Jaylen Brown, who says it's reading the game, realizing fast but playing slow. We're the more talented team, he said. We have to be the smarter team as well, and when we do that, we're going to be tough to beat. Brian?
Well, they certainly have been, Allie. Thanks for that.
The sheer power of Antetokounmpo goes up and throws it down hard. That is impressive.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Porter against Tatum. Portis with a screen on Tatum. Out left to the wing. Antetokounmpo for 3. Horford pulls it in. Celtics trail by 9. And Clark, Giannis is an endearing player in many ways. Which one of his dad jokes is your favorite?
Tell you what, B.A., I can't pick out a favorite, but I love the fact that he's got such a great sense of humor and a sense of being comfortable in his own skin. That all comes out when he interacts with the media and fans. He doesn't take himself too seriously, and I think that's why so many people love him.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Brook Lopez is checked in for Portis. Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Trent. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter Jr. Here's White. Giannis with the rebound.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Here's Prince out to the wing. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second. The shot by Lillard, no good. And so it's Brown with it. He brings it up for Boston. No points yet here in the second quarter for him. White finds Brown. Now here's Holiday, defended by Lillard. White, the pass to Brown. 5 on the clock. And there is the whistle. That goes on Damian Lillard. That's his first foul. Hauser, he's checked in for Boston. The Bucks also with a sub. Bobby Portis is checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. To the right side, here's Hauser. Boston, no good that time either. Milwaukee leading by 11. 1:51 left in the second quarter. Lopez in the post, defended by Porzingis. The shot by Lillard, no good. The Celtics have got nothing to go in this quarter, 0 for 5. White, the pass to Porzingis. What a finish from Porzingis.
You know, whenever White sees an open teammate, he's getting the ball to him right away. No hesitation.
White against Lillard. Prince down low. Back to Lillard. Let's go with a three. Rebound Boston. They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
The Bucks have gotten 5 of 8 attempts to drop since the second began. Pass to Prince. His first shot attempt. Drained it for 2 points. And the Bucks lead by 11.
Unselfishness from Lillard has no problem giving the ball up, especially when he's got a guy wide open.
Porzingis finds White. Here's Hauser. Outside Holiday. Now here's Brown. Inside. Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Yeah, that's an easy throw down for him. The rim might as well be 8 feet tall when you're as long as he is.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Kuzma. Back to Lillard. Lets the three fly. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's White. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish.
We see this every night. He has the skill and versatility to keep a defense guessing.
And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks closing out the quarter with a 7-point lead. They're communicating well and stringing together stops. All right, now let's check in with Allie. All right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break, ready for the second half. And we've got third quarter basketball here. 2 quarters in the books. Wow, Damian Lillard really having a great game.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
And on the floor for Doc Rivers as we get into the second half. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. That's his first foul of the game. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
Milwaukee leading by 7. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Prince against Tatum. Back to Lopez. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. And it's the Celtics ball. Brown with it. He's picked up by Lillard. Brown catches in. A terrific finisher inside.
Strong and explosive Jaylen Brown is a tough matchup in the painted area.
Lillard looking around. Pass to Antetokounmpo. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
A little over a minute gone here in the second half. The kick out to Kuzma. 3-pointer. Sends it home from 3-point land. Kuzma's got 6.
Boy, Kuzma superb at finding space along the perimeter and shooting the ball with confidence. And he's got great range, too.
And there's the drive. Good. And it's Lillard who picks up the assist. Lillard's got 3 assists now in this one. Grant, Kyle Kuzma is an instinctual scorer who gets it done in a variety of ways.
He's especially skilled inside the painted area, but he's a capable shooter from mid-range and beyond the arc. Plus, he's someone you can rely on in the clutch.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to take on the tough assignments defensively. He said, quote, "I believe I'm one of the best two-way players to ever play this game, and I want to have that challenge, knowing that you gave everything to the game and you gave everything to stop the other team's best player."
He certainly wants to dominate in every way, Allie. Thank you. Kuzma against Brown. Kuzma, the pass to Antetokounmpo. For three, here's Lillard. Lillard! What'd you expect?
So effective in the catch and shoot is Lillard. You give him an inch, and he's taking much more than that.
Three-pointer, Holiday. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lillard outside. And the dunk by Lillard.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
And that's terribly demoralizing for a defense, guys. I mean, they know he's going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that they may not have an answer for it.
Lillard with the ball. Guarded now by Holiday. And Jaylen Brown gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul. The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in. And Milwaukee also making a switch. Trent's checked in. Celtics trail by 12. And there is the whistle. That goes on Damian Lillard. That's foul number 2 for him.
These calls can be so difficult for officials to make.
Yeah, but in this case, I think he got it right. I mean, the defender was still moving there and never really had good legal guarding position. He wasn't set.
And Tatum drills the three.
Really smooth release from Tatum on that three. Makes that shot look effortless.
Antetokounmpo, a screen on Holiday. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. And Porzingis with the block. Here's Pritchard, defended by Lillard. Pass to Porzingis. Porzingis sets a screen. Here's Tatum. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
And watch how Tatum navigates the contact. Just one of the many go-to moves for him in the paint.
And stolen by Holiday. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. Jumps up and finished off by Tatum.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
Exactly. I mean, when you're running neck to neck, those kinds of mistakes tip the scale.
Here's Lillard. Here's Lopez. Goes up and lays it in nice and easy. Lopez has got his second basket.
Because of that big body and 7-foot frame, Lopez a handful to keep off the glass.
Tatum's got room. The rebound by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo's got his 6th rebound on the night. It's Prince on the wing, defended by Brown. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Lillard against Holiday. Pass to Brown. Here's Pritchard. Back to Brown. Shot clock at 6. And here's Holiday. Rejected by Lopez. They recover it. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. 1 second left. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks closing out the quarter with a... And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Torrey Craig out there with Al Horford. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. Then there's Jason Tatum. And it's Hauser in at the 3. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. Outside Craig. Pass to Pritchard. Fires for 3. Gets the 3 to fall. Pritchard's got his first 3 points of the game.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
And there's a 3-second call. This one on the defense. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for Milwaukee.
Just a great job running the floor in transition. Now, he realized they were tiring out the defense early, and they took full advantage.
They've been pounding any miss on the glass and cashing in on the offensive boards. I've been impressed with that aspect of their game.
Holiday's checked in for Craig. And Milwaukee also making a switch. Prince is checked in. Tatum passes to Pritchard. Here's Hauser. Pass to Pritchard. Now here's Tatum. Takes a three. Great D that time from Antetokounmpo.
That's staying connected to the shooter and timing the contest.
Porter from outside. Fires in the triple. And now it's a 10-point Bucks lead.
Porter Jr., we know he can create his own shot, but he also can knock down the catch-and-shoot jumper.
And Kevin Porter picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Cornette's checked in for Hauser. Trent, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Final quarter of play, about a minute and a half off the clock. High post Cornette. Horford outside. Back to Cornette. Out to Horford. 6 to shoot. Some changes for Boston. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Cornette. Jaylen Brown comes in for Horford. And Derek White subbed in for Pritchard. Antetokounmpo against Porzingis. Out to Lillard. Fires the three. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 7th rebound here tonight. To the middle. Lopez with the steal. Lillard with the ball. Porzingis picks him up defensively. The 3-ball. Boston with a rebound. Tatum's got 4 rebounds in the game. Oh, got a piece of it. In transition. Here come the Bucks.
Well, I tell you what, Taurean Prince is certainly an outstanding two-way player. That time he went into his DIY bag. Do it yourself.
Outside, Brown. White for 3. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. Just missed it.
Howard down after the assist led him to the lane.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
Here's Tatum. And it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. And that one falls for Tatum.
A young man who has an appetite for greatness, always pushing himself, is Jason Tatum.
Antetokounmpo looking it over. Ooh, Giannis using his length inside.
Boy, Lopez hunkered down and anchored in on that pick.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Now Brown. And here's Holiday. No good from outside.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
The 3 from Prince. Drills it from deep.
Yeah, you know, Prince is always doing a nice job working to get open, and that's the reward you get for staying active, keeping yourself moving, an open look on the jump shot there.
And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Strong performance from him, but he may need to do even more if they're going to win this game.
And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the Bucks.
Offensively, they made the most of their trips.
They found multiple ways to score consistently, and a little luck doesn't hurt them either. They also got some nice bounces off the rim tonight, too.
Man, you have to recognize what a night it was for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I think his biggest contribution may have been on the boards. He kept plays alive and denied second chances.
Beyond the arc. Antetokounmpo grabs the board.
At this point, I'm not sure if it's the play calling or the player himself.
And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what. And they got it done.
Pass to Lillard from deep three-point land. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Here we go, one-on-one. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. The shot by Holiday, no good. No need to shoot. This one is done.
Yes, they've got to be happy with tonight's effort.
And so it's Milwaukee easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win. Thanks, Alec. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Clark Kellogg, Alec.
Welcome to 2K Sports. And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Look at Cleveland's starting group. Mitchell and Strus are your wingmen. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. And it's Garland in at the point. Now, here's Garland. Inside, here's Mobley. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. Mobley's got the game going here with the first basket for the Cavs. To the paint, and the dunk by Brown.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
Allen kicks to Strus. Mitchell wide open. A three-pointer, no good.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
White. Evan Mobley with the rebound. Garland against Tatum. Outside Garland. Here's Mobley. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup.
Adept at fending off aggressive coverage. Mobley already looking like a vet out there.
And RJ, the combination of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown winning a title together. That's something else.
There was some small talk going around about breaking them up. Good thing for the Celtic front office, they kept them both. In their first 7 seasons as a duo, they have 5 trips to the conference finals. That is a ridiculous run.
Richard, something amazing about Donovan Mitchell. He averages over 20 points per game every single season.
Yeah, he is just a natural, talented scorer. He beats you in so many different ways. What I like most about his numbers, they go up in the postseason.
Cavaliers are gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Here's Allen. And Tatum pulls it down. Boston's gone 0 of 3 from three-point land. Nothing yet going outside. Knocks down the 3 ball.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And so Garland will bring it up for Cleveland. Pass to Mobley. Shoots from the baseline. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. Garland's got 3 assists now in this one. Tatum passes to White. And again, Boston with the triple.
Intelligent play by Tatum, moving the ball to get an open shot.
Taken away by Holiday. And here's Tatum for 3. Hits the three-point bomb.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Holiday against Mitchell. Back to Mobley, and Derek White picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Hunter's checked in for Max Strus. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. Mitchell finds Hunter. Here's Mobley. Once again off the mark by Cleveland. Celtics leading by 3. Things really clicking for him at the offensive end.
They're making good decisions, not wasting these opportunities.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, thanks. Darius Garland, the son of former NBA player Winston Garland, said that he was a sponge growing up listening to his dad. He hung on every word about playing point guard. Darius says, I learned the little things much quicker. He taught me at a young age to change gears to keep defenders off balance. Kevin?
And he's doing it. I love the tricks of the trade you just talked about. Thank you so much. Mobley misses.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
The 3 from Tatum. Good on the three-point shot. Tatum's got 6.
What's special about him is he is a natural leader and an active scorer. When Tatum is firing off the catch, you know he's feeling it.
White the pass to Tatum. Brown kicks to Holiday. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. The Cavaliers trail by 9. Allen outside. Back to Garland. 52 seconds left in the first quarter. 5 on the clock. Over in the corner, Allen. Mobley wide open. Another miss, and they've really hit a rough patch here. The three from Tatum. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Ball's knocked loose. Porzingis with the steal, and the dunk by Porzingis.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
They came out and bum rushed them. Huge difference in activity level from both teams tonight. This is that modern big man play. Tall guys who are comfortable draining shots from deep.
Porzingis can't hit.
I don't know if he got in his own head there or what, because the defense can't really take credit for that miss.
Mitchell dishes to Allen. And stolen by White. Jumps up. Derek White has been on display for the Celtics. We witnessed him delivering a series of three-pointers as he notched 3 total in the quarter. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Showing their energy so far, sprinting up and down the floor, getting out in transition and taking advantage.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
And Greg, the Cavaliers in recent years establishing a defensive identity.
And they do a great job of locking down the paint, Kevin, forcing teams to shoot over the top and just vacuuming up those misses.
On the floor for Cleveland getting going here in the second. Isaac Okoro out there with Hunter. Then there's Mobley. Then there's Javonte Green. And it's Jerome in at the 1 spot.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
In the corner, it's Hunter. Offline with his 3. Celtics leading by 6. Here's Hauser. Celtics passing it around. Craig passes to Hauser. And Craig has it in the corner. Just 5 to shoot. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
Good job by the D to stay with him and make that a tough 3.
To the inside. Here's Hunter. A kick out to Mobley. Connects from 3-point range. Mobley's got 12.
Everyone on his team has to be loving this. Great to see Mobley finding his offensive rhythm.
Pass to Pritchard. Outside, Horford. Over Green. Pulled the shot a little left, but the bounce goes his way. We're closing in on 2 minutes played here in the second quarter. Now, here's Hunter. He's guarded closely. To the middle. They kick it out to Green. Another 3 for Cleveland.
How can you forget about him? I mean, he's not going to miss that open of a look.
Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Horford the pass to Craig. And there's the call on Ty Jerome. That's his first foul. Richard, we've seen how far basketball has evolved from 10 years ago to 5 years ago to now. What is it looking like when you go ahead 5 or 10 years?
I think in 5 to 10 years, we're going to see more and more centers that are just so skilled. Taller players, more Kevin Durant's. You're going to see more Wemby's. You're going to see more Chet Holmgrens because they're not just putting the tall guy underneath the basket. They're giving him the ball and teaching him how to run pick and roll now.
And that one's good. Hunter.
A very consistent three-point shooter. Hunter shoots it well from there because of how confident he is.
Out to the right wing. Hauser the pass to Holiday. Tatum wide open. He fires one. The 3 is drilled by Tatum.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Mobley, a screen on Holiday. Hunter for 3. It's rebounded by Porzingis. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Tatum finds Holiday. Three-pointer. And again, Boston with the triple.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a three each time.
A wide open look here for Garland. Trying to come right back with the three of his own. But it's no good. In the corner, Tatum with it. Holiday, the pass to Porzingis. Now Holiday. Pass to Pritchard. Clock at 4. The three from Tatum. It's rebounded by Cleveland.
And he might have thrown himself off when he saw how much space he had from three.
Outside Garland. Back to Mobley. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. Garland's got 4 assists in the game. And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. They've led by as many as 11 points. And Holiday has it in the corner. Pass to Hauser. Trying to find Porzingis. Gets it to him. The Cavaliers pull it in. Mobley's got 9 rebounds now tonight. Here's Garland. That's in for the first basket of the game after 3 attempts.
Oh, going inside and fighting for the bucket. That's what you want. You want a person that's going to fight for those inches.
Here's Strus. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
That's the last thing you need to happen down the stretch. Let's see how they respond to the devastating punch.
Jerome passes to Garland. In the corner, it's Hunter. Three-pointer. It's not going to go for him. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Cavaliers lead by 1. Stay with us, folks. We'll get back just after halftime to start the 3rd quarter.
28.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Evan Mobley has been sensational.
Well, with a double-double in hand through 2 quarters, you can just imagine what his stat line will look like at the end of this one.
But I don't think that that's the most important thing to him. Sure, putting up big numbers doesn't hurt, but he's all about getting the win over everything else.
Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. That's the Boston 5. Boston trailing. Over the last few seasons, we've seen the resurgence of Porzingis. And Richard, it has been fun to watch.
Kevin, he's been effective on both sides of the ball. He's always been a good player, but his recent fit has really improved his play.
Boston's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. And it's Brown missing.
Now, I understand that that shot didn't go down, but they will take that look every trip down the floor.
Kicks it out to Garland. Mobley outside. On the wing, Mitchell. Hits it from 3-point range. Mitchell's got 5 points so far.
You got to chase Mitchell out of the corner, or he will drain those all night.
Brown finds Porzingis. And we're about a minute and a half here into the second half. The kick out to Holiday. Brown the pass to Holiday. Outside Tatum. Tatum comes right back with the 3.
Taking matters into his own hands. Tatum gets those 3 points back in a hurry.
Taken away by Holiday. Back to Porzingis. Nice ball movement by Boston. It's Brown with the drive. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. that one on Mobley.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
The Celtics shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game. Richard, when you talk about Jaylen Brown, many scouts felt he'd never be a #1 level option offensively. But he's proven some people wrong.
Kevin, many scouts have been wrong many times. The question has been answered. He wasn't a great shooter when he first came into the league, and his ball handling also needed to improve. But now, both of those are strengths in his game.
Pritchard, he's checked in for Boston. Garland kicks to Strus. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. Strus has got the game tied up here for Cleveland. Outside Holiday. Pass to Tatum. Now here's Porzingis. The kick out to Holiday. Tatum passes to Porzingis. Shot clock at 5. Brown outside. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Here's Strus. Goes up high for the two-handed dunk.
Loading up to stop Mitchell can lead to big breakdowns defensively.
Mr. Porzingis unloads from 9, and he nails the jumper. Porzingis has got 4 points in the quarter.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
1:56 left in the third quarter. Garland finds Mobley. And here's Mitchell from the arc. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Mitchell's got 8.
When you shoot hundreds of these shots in gyms by yourself, it will make you automatic just like Mitchell.
A shot by Pritchard, no good. Cleveland leading by 3. And they're pushing it up. It's tipped. Here's Allen. And Allen with the slam.
Adding some extra style to the slam. Okay, what a move by Allen.
Pritchard passes to Holiday. Trying to find Porzingis. Gets it to him. Pass to Tatum. Off target from three-point range. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. Richard, the Celtics have been among the NBA's elites for quite a while now.
Well, they've been a title contender every year for almost a decade now. Even with several coaching changes over that time, they've been the model of consistency.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Hunter's checked in for Allen. And it's a Okoro in for Max Strus.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Down low, Cornette kicks to Horford. Stolen by Okoro. And Mitchell with a clear path to the hoop. Finished off the break. 10 points for him.
In the open floor, very few people can stay with Mitchell.
Pass to Cornette. Here's Hauser. And Horford wide open. He shoots. Nailed from three-point land.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
Garland attacking. Back to Mitchell. Okoro with it. Good, and it's Mitchell picking up the assist. Mitchell's got 3 assists now in this one. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. To the paint, and stolen by Mobley. And now the Cavaliers. Fast break, the finish, and then Mitchell with the dunk.
I see you, Mr. Mitchell. Now look, for a 6'1 guard, this man can absolutely fly.
Outside, Horford. Round the pass to Hauser. Off target from outside. Oh, and here we go. Okoro's got it. The fast break chance. And the layup's good off the glass. And it's a 12-point Cavalier lead.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And all of a sudden, that man was just on the other end. Wow.
And so it's the Cleveland Cavaliers enjoying a... And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
You've got to admire the vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And Cleveland looking at who they've got to start the fourth quarter. Hunter is out there with Max Strus. Then there's Garland. Then it's Thompson. And it's Jerome in at the 2. Now Strus. after Jason Tatum missed on that last three-pointer. So, Richard, when you look at Max Strus, what does he provide for this team?
Well, one, he's battle-tested, Kevin. He's a fearless shooter. He's a guy that can get on a roll and hit clutch shots.
Cavaliers making a switch here. Wade's checked in, so he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe. Celtics trail by 16. Outside Tatum for 3. It's rebounded by Cleveland. And then Wade slams it in.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And guys, to go on a big run, get some breathing space, it has to be a great play on each end.
Here's Shireman. Here's Cornette. And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
He's got a knack for those putbacks, so you have to be aware of that defensively. Get a body on him.
Over to the left wing. Jerome passes to Wade. And here's Garland for 3.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Boston making a switch here. Holiday's checked in. Jared Allen's checked in for the Cavaliers. The Celtics have gone 1 of 4 since the end of the third quarter. Holiday, the pass to Pritchard. Back to Tatum. Pass to Cornette. Nice ball movement by Boston. Holiday gets the bucket.
And you have to be right up on Holiday. When you're not, he's ready to take those quick shots.
Allen outside. Outside Garland. Here's Jerome from downtown. It's hauled in by Cornette.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Offensive rebound. Horford banked in off the glass.
And how about the court awareness from Horford? Quickly grabs the board and doesn't let the possession go to waste.
Pass to Strus. Hunter kicks to Allen. It's tipped. And here is Strus. Shot clock at 6. Beyond the arc. Bangs home the trifecta. Strus has got 9 points now in just the second half.
He's just stretching them out. The defense has got to do a better job of staying attached to him.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
Yeah, coach's pet peeve there. No box out.
Oh, yeah, you think you got to stop, and it's wasted because of sloppy work on the glass. You literally practice that every day.
A 3 from Strus. Jerome, good.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Allen. Some changes for Boston. Porzingis is checked in for Luke Cornette. Brown comes in for Al Horford. And Derek White subbed in for Pritchard. Cleveland also making some changes. Evan Mobley's checked in for DeAndre Hunter. And it's Mitchell in for Ty Jerome. Now here's Tatum. White wide open. He fires. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
Allen kicks to Mobley. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Pass to White. Now here's Tatum. Covered by Mitchell. Here's White. Garland with the block.
And so only one team answered the bell tonight, guys. Not a monster blowout by any means, but still a double-digit victory for the Cavaliers.
This has got to feel good. I mean, they never counted themselves out when they were down earlier, and they not only muscled their way back into the game, but wow, they're in a position, shockingly, to win this one easily.
And all about the will to win. You have to admire the perseverance, never doubting one another, having that trust in your coaches. And I really like what we've seen here tonight. Boy, did they earn it.
And guys, one of the steady and outstanding players putting in another impressive performance, it was a big-time outing for Evan Mobley.
And you have to love the effort he put forth on the glass. He played with the fire no one else could match as he chased down those rebounds.
And here are the Cavaliers. They led by as many as 18 points. Outside, Green. Pass to Okoro. Once again off the mark by Cleveland. We see the Cavaliers get the win here. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time, GA, this one wound down.
And that's what you want to do. Take the crowd out of it by crunch time. Don't give them any chance.
safe to say they don't particularly like each other.
And I think fans really gravitate towards that sort of dislike. It just puts an extra added ingredient of intensity on a game like this. So for the fan bases, this one's big.
Looking at the starting five for the Boston Celtics. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 to the left wing. Oh, deflected. And that'll be Boston's ball as it goes out of bounds. Celtics able to keep possession here.
Just a millisecond late. So close to coming up with a steal there.
Real close, and I'm sure next time you might time that a little bit better and get a hand on it.
Here's Holiday. Off the inbound, no good. Knocked loose and stolen by Brown. That's good from Holiday on the assist by Brown.
Such a smart offensive play right there. When Holiday sees that chance open up right there, he's all over.
And Brent, this Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach.
Well, B.A., isn't it interesting? Tom Thibodeau, lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard, they play defense first, they play a ton of minutes, but this team is gritty, and they don't give up.
Now here's Towns, just 5 on the clock. Hart from long range. They get the rebound. And it's the Celtics ball. Here's Tatum. And the shot no good, a bit short.
Well, that mid-range, Jay, usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
New York, no good that time either.
Well, even though he misses that one, the defense has got to talk about that. And that's a bad miscue. And you can't give up looks like that all game long.
The Knicks have gone 1 for 3 so far. The kick out to Brunson. Outside Hart. Back to Brunson. It's Bridges on the wing. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson.
Yeah, canning it from the corner isn't as easy as Bridges made it look that time.
Holiday finds White. Towns with a rebound. The Knicks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. And that's out of bounds. Last touch by White. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
So it's the Knicks now. Anunoby on the wing. Back to Bridges. Launches it from deep. No good.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Knocks it loose. Outside White. Pass to Brown. Back to Porzingis. Now Tatum. Brunson defending. 6 on the shot clock. Releases. Brown, no good. Knicks leading by 4. And you look at Jaylen Brown, Graham. Not many wings have the strength he has.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown could dunk over a brick wall. And he could dunk through a brick wall, too. It's just so hard to move him off his path when he's on his way to the rim.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Jaylen Brown is playing with so much confidence. He said, quote, "I feel like I'm a different player. My body has changed. Athletically, I'm entering my prime. I'm more aware on defense and offense. I feel like on both sides of the ball, I'm playing the best basketball of my life."
Well, it shows, Allie, for sure. Here's Anunoby, following the bucket by Boston. 1:46 left in the first quarter. White with it, and it's Brunson picking him up. Tatum passes to Holiday. Back to Tatum. Left side Holiday from outside the arc. Buries it from 3. Holiday's got 5 points.
Well, he's so smooth, and it just looks like he's never out of control, Drew Holiday.
Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
Leaping ability is off the charts. Not the biggest power forward, but outstanding at rising up off the ground.
Brown passes to Holiday. Tatum from long range. The rebound by Bridges. The Knicks with the lead. Hart goes in, and here's Brunson from the arc. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
totally in rhythm right now. The moment Brunson has the ball in his hands, right into that shot.
White, the pass to Porzingis. The three. Another miss. He's 1 for 4 from the field.
You could see he wanted to get him back. Sadly, he couldn't capitalize from outside the arc.
Outside Anunoby. Out to Bridges. Anunoby passes to Bridges. Brown against Anunoby. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. To the paint. Here's White. Can't get it to fall.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Anunoby on the wing. Back to Hart. And that does it for the first quarter. New York out in front. They lead by 4. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from here for the Knicks.
Well, they found a groove, and it's from distance, so knocking them down from the three-point land never hurts.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
Taking a look at the Celtics. Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. Then there's Jason Tatum. And it's Hauser in at the 3. Now here's McBride. Tatum with a steal. Here we go. Hauser, that's good.
And really showing the athleticism. Flying solo.
Yeah, why not? Show a little creativity, get inside, move that ball around, just make sure you score.
Achua with the dunk.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Here's Pritchard. Horford passes to Pritchard. Back to Horford. To the wing on the left. Pass to Craig. 5 to shoot. Outside Tatum. Here's Pritchard. Puts up a 3. It's hauled in by Robinson. Achua against Craig. Bridges outside. Robinson, a screen on Tatum. To the inside. That's good from Robinson on the assist by Bridges.
Well, he's a physical big down low, and I think he expects this kind of traffic around him as Mitchell Robinson comes through.
Robinson's defense is always a factor, Brent, and lately he's done a better job of staying on the floor.
Yeah, BA fouls have been an issue for Robinson, but the thing that he really needs to learn is it's not about blocking shots, it's about being in great position with your body and being more of a deterrent so he can stay on the floor to be more impactful.
Pritchard gets it to go.
That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul. OG Anunoby's checked in for Payne. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. White, he's checked in for Craig. And Drew Holiday is subbed in for Pritchard. He buries it from 3. Bridges has got 6.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, you can add it to the list.
Outside Tatum. And Tatum fires one home.
Can't talk enough about the subtleties in that setup right there. The assist, really the key to that entire sequence.
McBride passes to Anunoby. Back to McBride. Bridges outside. White with the steal. It's a one-on-one situation. Pass to Porzingis. KP wrecks the rim.
I don't know who's going to get up for that as Porzingis skies for the dunk.
Now Achua. Outside Robinson. Now here's Bridges. Back to Robinson. Porzingis on the double team. Robinson passes to McBride. 3 on the clock. And Porzingis with the block.
And shooters must beware. Porzingis is down there lurking.
Holiday against Bridges. Back to Holiday. And stolen by Bridges. Got a piece of it. And now the Knicks on the break. Here's McBride. And again, the Knicks missing. And so Brown will bring it up for Boston. Trailing by 2. Pass to Tatum. Back to Brown. Here's the 3. The rebound by Bridges.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from three-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
McBride passes to Achua. Back to McBride from downtown. Counted from distance.
I'm not sure who was supposed to be guarding him. Ridiculous lapse there defensively.
White for 3. And it's New York with a rebound. Now here's McBride. Pass to Bridges. White with it. And it's Robinson picking him up. And here we go. The Celtics on the run. 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Brown, no good.
And he gets a lot of points right there at the rim, but the defense determined not to give up the easy deuce there.
And here's Achua. It's stolen by Holiday. Now the Celtics on the move. And he banks in the layup. Holiday's got 7 points. And New York has possession. Knocked away. And stolen by Porzingis. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Knicks out in front, up 3. Well, now a minute to check in with Allie LaForce. She's courtside. Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. Man, we've seen Drew Holiday really having a great game.
Yeah, he played such a smart first half, maximizing his opportunities offensively.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the first half and wondering, did he take a low percentage shot? Everything efficient.
We've got Mikal Bridges. Josh Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then there's Jalen Brunson, and it's Towns in at the 5, roaming the paint. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. Hart from long range. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Celtics trail by 3. And we talk about guys who can really guard 1 through 5. OG Anunoby is one of them, Brent.
Yeah, OG can make your night a living nightmare the way he can guard. He chases around shooters. He's physical enough to deal with wings who like to play in the mid-range. And he's relentless on the defensive end of the floor.
Bridges passes to Brunson. Out of bounds. Knicks ball as New York keeps possession. Here's Bridges. He has 6. For 3. Pass to Brunson. Now here's Bridges. He's guarded by White. Kicks it out Towns. It's stolen by Tatum. Oh, they get a hand on it. Brown with it. Here's Tatum. Back to Brown. The kick out to White for the tie. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. Towns has got his 4th rebound in this one. Pass to Hart. Anunoby on the wing. The 3 is up. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Tatum's got 4 rebounds now. Down low. Outside, Brown. And they're unable to get the tying bucket there. Knicks leading by 3. Hart finds Bridges. Back to Hart. The 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. Hart's got 5 now.
Scoring in rhythm there. Great to see Hart shoot it without holding back.
Here's Brown.
Get up to throw down. You can tell Brown is having fun. What a phenomenal dunk artist he is.
Pass to Towns. Now here's Hart from behind the arc. Porzingis grabs the board. Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
Brunson surveys. Towns outside. Back to Brunson. Kicks it out, Towns. Outside Anunoby. 6 to shoot. And here's Brunson from the arc. The three-pointer is down. Jalen Brunson. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Grant. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, you know, BA, I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player, you want to run. And honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court like that.
Anunoby passes to Towns. And here's Bridges. Hart from long range. And there's the call on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his first foul of the game. New York making a switch here. Chua's checked in. Pritchard's checked in for Boston. Celtics trail by 7. Outside Porzingis. Tatum passes to Porzingis. Out of bounds, it'll be New York's ball. And Boston with some changes. Horford comes in for Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Hauser in for Tatum. The Knicks have got just 2 of 6 in the second half. Towns outside. Now here's Brunson. He's guarded closely. Outside Chua. Back to Brunson. To the paint. Chua with the dunk.
And vision, such a key part of Brunson's game as the point.
For Boston, they've gotten just 1 of 5 shots to drop since halftime. Back to Brown. Here's Pritchard. Brunson defending. Pritchard, the pass to Horford. And Horford powers it home.
Oh, come on, BA. I mean, where's the defense? That's just too easy.
Yeah, they got to do a much better job in help.
Yeah, we see this all too often. The team gets a huge lead, and then their guard gets let down.
Brunson with the bucket.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Kind of like he's in his living room right now. He's found a comfort zone. Once he gets that, the defense knows they're in trouble.
So for the Knicks, Mitchell Robinson, he's checked in for Towns. McBride comes in for Hart, and Payne is subbed in for Jalen Brunson. And the Celtics also making a change. Cornette's checked in for Drew Holiday. Here's Hauser. Banked it in off the glass.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Bridges. Back to Chua. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
At the line, 2 shots.
No good on the second free throw. Celtics trail by 8. Now the Celtics on the move. Here's Horford. Here's Hauser. Horford passes to Brown. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call.
Ooh, talk about a way to deflate the team.
Yeah, he knows he shouldn't have made it, and that's just really overall a frustrating sequence that hopefully doesn't stick with him.
And so it's New York, up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. Great shot selection right now, keeping the game. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
The passing for the team becoming contagious, this time involving the big.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. They've got Peyton Pritchard, Torrey Craig out there with Al Horford. Then there's Jason Tatum, and it's Hauser in at small forward. Craig up top, pass to Tatum. Back to Craig. Tatum finds Craig. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
Well, you love their unselfish play. Keeping that ball moving, good shot to great. That's winning basketball.
And it seemed like throughout this game, right after the jump ball, they've just been feeling it from distance, getting all the looks they want and continuing to take advantage of that three-point line.
Kicks it out to Anunoby. Back to Achua. Anunoby, a screen on Craig. Achua into the lane. Payne, the pass to McBride. There's the triple. The shot by Payne, no good. Celtics trail by 6. Outside Tatum. And the ball out of play. The Knicks will have it. Holiday's checked in for Craig.
Number 4.
New York has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Payne, the pass to Achua. Right side, Anunoby. Outside Payne. To the left side wing. Here's McBride. Kicks it out to Anunoby. And there's a 3-second violation. Josh Hart's checked in for New York.
Coming onto the floor for your New York Knicks, number 3, Josh Hart.
The Celtics shooting around 39%. They'd like to get that higher. Outside Holiday, and he drives in. Count the basket.
That's a great drive from Drew Holiday, using that blazing speed to his advantage.
Horford against Towns. Outside Hart. Back to Towns. Outside Payne. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Hart from long range. Rebound Boston. Tatum's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Boy, the offense has been on point.
They have great timing and great communication. So hard to get stops against them.
Count the basket and the foul. It's going to be on OG Anunoby.
Having added so much strength, Tatum can take the contact and stay balanced.
And some changes here for New York. Bridges comes in for McBride, and Brunson is subbed in for Payne. Pass to Towns. Bridges outside. Outside Brunson. Bridges against White. Now Brunson to end the drought. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now.
Now Brunson's a little smaller guard, but he'll get in there and tussle with the big boys.
The first free throw is good.
2 shots.
Both free throws good from Brunson.
In a tight game, this is who they want taking these shots.
Celtics trail by 3. Just about 3 minutes through the fourth and final quarter here. Outside Holiday, and the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Towns. On defense, the Knicks. White for 3. Oh, how about White from the next time zone?
There's a feel that Porzingis has to the game, and the more comfortable he is in these kind of settings, he'll rack up some assists.
And the basket by Towns.
And in the big moments, Towns ups the ante, which allows him to knock down the important shots.
White, the pass to Holiday. Tatum against Hart. Back to Holiday. Just 5 to shoot. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Releases. Tatum can't hit. And Towns has got the ball here for the Knicks. with the steal. White against Brunson. Holiday passes to Brown. Now here's Tatum. To the middle. Here's Porzingis. Yes!
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Love seeing that. A huge possession, and he nets it.
Back to Brunson. Up top, Bridges. He's guarded by White. Shot clock at 5.
Oh, offline! Almost 7 feet tall. Towns has the length to get to the line. A tough guy to guard.
Ooh, he knocks down the clutch free throw. Can knock it down, and they really needed that one.
They come away with the lead, but I'm sure he's kicking himself over that last miss.
Pass to Tatum. Kick out to Brown. And so the big win by New York in a tight... All right, Allie, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Brent Barry, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching.
They say revenge is a...
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us on... And... If you claim to be a basketball purist, and Greg, I know you do, one thing you gotta love watching is great ball movement.
Which is something both of these teams take pride in. It's always fun to watch guys be unselfish with the ball and look to make each other better.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince, and it's Kuzma in at the 3 slot. Now, here's Strus. Here's Garland, pocket 6. Some solid defense from Antetokounmpo.
Boy, 9 times out of 10, that's going in. I'm sure he surprised himself with the miss.
Kuzma outside. Giannis, no good. Mitchell looking it over. The kick out to Mobley. Here's Strus. Back to Mobley. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. And Doris, the Cavs had a very successful 23-24 season. 47 wins and the number 4 seed in the East.
And Kevin winning a playoff series, their first one without LeBron James since 1993. Most of the players on the floor weren't even alive back then. Incredible to think of it in that context.
Now here's Lillard. Here's Lopez. Good. Great play by Lillard to set it up.
Well, Lopez so comfortable down inside. This is where he makes his living.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, Kenny Atkinson did give me a few minutes to catch up with him. And as you would expect, their focus on defense is Damian Lillard. He said Lillard's smart. He's seen every defensive look there is, so we can't get fancy. Our main thing is to be ready with help defenders inside. We can't allow him penetration. They're hoping to limit the damage he can do at the rim. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Allen. Lopez grabs the board. Bucks have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. And there's the call on Evan Mobley. That is his first foul of the game.
And really, these are some of the toughest calls an official has to make.
We're just about 2 minutes into the first quarter. Here's Lopez.
This guy's so intimidating defensively. Jarrett Allen in the zip code. Look out.
Mobley with it. Picked up by Kuzma. And that one, good.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Oh boy, to be young again.
Makes you nostalgic, doesn't it? And Cleveland making a change here. Hunter's checked in. The Bucks also with the sub. Portis has checked in. Here's Lillard, and Damian Lillard with the jam.
Opportunistic play on the defensive end by Kyle Kuzma. Excellent job.
Hey, GA, how about Damian Lillard's time in Portland? 11 magnificent years.
I mean, Kevin, arguably the best trailblazer of all time. Rookie of the year, then 7 All-Star appearances. Dame will always be a legend in the Rose City.
And here is Portis. After Darius Garland getting his shot to go from deep. Prince can't hit.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
Right, he stays connected, and great timing on the contest.
Now, here's Mitchell. Mobley a screen on Lillard to the inside. And there's Mobley, and that's good on the assist by Mitchell.
Well, you've got to play in pick and roll if you're in the NBA game. Evan Mobley, a very good screen setter and a nice roll there.
Pass to Kuzma. Portis a screen on Mitchell. Here's Kuzma. Allen with the rebound. Cavaliers have gone 50% from the field, hitting 3 of 6 since the opening tip. Mobley finds Garland. Mobley sets the pick for Garland. Mitchell outside. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Mobley. Cleveland needs to get a shot off here. Garland, no good. And it's Kuzma with the ball for the Milwaukee Bucks. They trail by 1. Lays it up off the glass.
Kyle Kuzma doing things off the bounce right now. How about that drive, guys? Impressive.
Here's Allen. Lopez with the block. Kuzma with it. Garland picks him up. From deep, Prince drills it from outside.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Allen kicks to Mitchell. And another miss by Cleveland. Bucks leading by 4. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Tries again, and 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. That's on DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah, good job to take it right at him.
It's his first trip to the line, so both teams making some changes here. And Portis drains both of them.
Boy, a really soft touch on display. It is a luxury to have a big man who can hit from the line at a consistent rate.
Okoro passes to Jerome. For 3, Hunter drains it from beyond the arc.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
Lillard with it. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Milwaukee on top, up 3. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far in the scoreboard. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Bucks, guys.
Playing inside out in that first quarter led to some high percentage shots in the paint.
It is great when you can get that established early, because to me it opens up every other aspect of your game.
Setting the floor for the Bucks. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post position. Gary Trent is out there with Kevin Porter, and it's Green in at the 3 spot. Mobley kicks to Green. Back to Mobley. Clock is at 3. Here's a Okoro. No good on the 3. Milwaukee leading by 3. And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19. Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Porter kicks to Antetokounmpo. Back to Porter. Trent outside. Good, and a nice assist from Porter.
This is what we would call a hot spot, particularly if Gary Trent Jr. is the shooter.
Green dishes to Okoro. And he can't answer back the three-pointer offline. And for Milwaukee, they're shooting at 50% in a decent group. And Antetokounmpo slams it in.
That is ferocious.
You said it. That was ferocious. Hunter, the pass to Jerome. Back to Hunter. Cleveland moving the ball around. Mobley misses. Bucks leading by 8. And then Porter with the jam.
Adding to their advantage, trying to find a way to blow this one open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin, the Bucks are still trying to perfect their chemistry. Bobby Portis says things take time. You've got to keep continuing to build it. There's another level Dame and Giannis can get to. Just making it clockwork. Them continuing to get better at it opens the floor for everyone else on the court. Kevin?
Well, David, with those two guys, Dame and Giannis, it opens the floor up a lot. Hey, thanks for the report.
Well, we know this. Playing above the rim is a big part of Evan Mobley's game.
To the middle. Here's Giannis. Down low, inside. Giannis drops it in. Zadores, here's a question for you. Should the NBA widen the court? Because the corner 3 now is such a staple in these offenses.
That's exactly right. One of the most coveted, Kevin, because the proximity of the shot is so desirable. Here's what we know unequivocally. There's no way they're going to widen the court because it would take out some of the money-making courtside seats. That's not happening.
Trent can't hit. The Cavaliers trail by 10.
An athletic forward with a versatile skill set. Hunter has also proven he can come up big in big moments.
The Cavaliers have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
Looking at who's out there now for the Cavaliers. Tristan Thompson comes in for Evan Mobley. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Ty Jerome. And then for Milwaukee, Portis, he's checked in for Antetokounmpo. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Gary Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Kevin Porter. And Damian Lillard with the jam.
Yeah, Lillard has those ups. He can get to the rim when he wants to.
And Thompson kicks to Garland. Pass to Hunter. Here's Mitchell, and out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. When it comes to the game's elite scorers, Doris, Donovan Mitchell is certainly on that list.
Kevin, there's no question about it. He's a proven playoff performer, a natural leader who doesn't mind a team leaning into his scoring ability. And the beauty is he can do it in a lot of different ways.
Wade, he's checked in for Thompson. The Cavaliers trail by 10. Mitchell wide open. Buries the long-range jumper.
Well, we know Mitchell can hurt you from outside the arc. The defense better recognize this moving forward.
And stolen by Hunter. On the wing, Mitchell. Lopez covering. Prince against Garland. Pass to Wade. Here's Hunter. 4 on the clock. And here's Strus for three. Prince grabs the miss. There's 25 seconds left now here in the second. It's Prince on the wing. And here is Portis. Nobody near Lillard. Hands it from downtown. Lillard's got the lead up to 10 now for Milwaukee.
A downright lethal three-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. You look at Antetokounmpo really making a difference here.
And he's been a monster in this game, throwing down some huge dunks. And I wasn't sure the rim would even survive in that first half.
Oh, his power is unbelievable. An intimidating force when he's at his best.
A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. And it's Strus in at the small forward. That's the group starting the second half for Kenny Atkinson.
I don't know that anyone covers as much ground in one or two strides as Giannis.
And it's a defensive 3-second violation. The Cavaliers shooting their fifth free throw in the game here. And so he hits the technical free throw. GA, you look how Garland can create for himself. Very good off the catch or the bounce.
So deadly off of those high pick and rolls because he can dribble into that three. A playmaker that can do that is a headache. Garland knows how to create that space and get his looks.
Pass to Lopez. Got a piece of it. Back to Lillard. The Bucks working the ball around. Lopez finds Kuzma. Over in the corner, out of the Kumbo. Shoots over Strus. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. And if you're just joining us, we played over a minute here in the third. Kicks it out to Garland. In the corner, it's Mobley. Back to Mitchell. It's Strus on the wing. Good, and the assist goes to Mitchell. Strus has got 6.
Donovan Mitchell showing off that great vision.
Lillard against Mitchell. Lillard, right side. And that one's good by Giannis. 12 points for him.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
No, I think that's the one thing every player is searching for. Consistency. They're giving this guy a chance to carry the offense once again.
Mitchell against Lillard. Giannis a screen on Mitchell. Inside. And to Antetokounmpo. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed.
Known for his scoring there, Lillard with a fantastic pass in that screen and roll.
Pass to Strus. No good with the triple.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Kuzma passes to Giannis. And they double up Giannis. The wide open look here for Lopez. And it's off from three-point range. The Cavaliers trail by 7. Now, granted, it's at 40 years, but the Bucks finally won their second NBA title back in 2021.
Yeah, and Kareem leading that 71 squad. Giannis was the man in 2021, averaging 35 and 13 during the finals, closing out the Suns with that 50-piece in Game 6.
Hunter's checked in for Max Strus. Trent's checked in for Milwaukee. And so it's Milwaukee now. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. Now Giannis. 14 points for him. Giannis slashing. And Darius Garland picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. Antetokounmpo kicks to Lopez. Trent, that's a two-pointer. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down.
Pre-shot preparation, so important. You have to be ready to rise and fire as soon as that ball touches your hands. Gary Trent Jr., yes, sir.
Garland looking it over. It's stolen by Antetokounmpo. Here's Lillard. The shot from the low post is good. And it's a 10-point Bucks lead.
And there's an edge to Lillard's game. He's fearless, and you can see it when he's finishing in traffic.
Garland, no good. Bucks have gone 5 of 7 from the field in the third quarter. Let's see if they can keep it up. Three-pointer, Lillard. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got his 5th rebound in this one. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, thanks. It's important to remember Damian Lillard was a 2-star prospect coming out of high school in Oakland. He says that the doubt I faced, what I found is I have true belief in myself. I poured a lot in and just continued to work. That's why when I struggle, I never waver because I know that I'm true to it. Eventually, I'm going to have my time. Kevin?
I think they call that Dame time. Hey, David, thank you. 6 on the shot clock. Garland kicks to Hunter. Misses the 3. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Prince finds Antetokounmpo. And Lillard throws it down.
And with the height to see over the defense, the eyes to spot the open man, Giannis continues to flourish as a facilitator.
Mobley dishes to Allen. Mobley the pass to Garland. Back to Mobley. Pass to Hunter. Nobody near Allen. And so it's Milwaukee with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. They've been playing some... Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Here is Porter. On the court for the Bucks. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post position. Kevin Porter is out there with Gary Trent. And it's Green in at the 3, the small forward. Porter kicks to Portis. Good, and a nice assist from Porter. Portis has got the lead up to 12 now for the Bucks.
And how about Porter Jr.'s court awareness? Excellent job finding the open man with the pass.
Cavaliers moving the ball around. Hunter, no good.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against him.
Boy, that's beautiful touch on the floater. And let's remember, not everyone has that shot in their arsenal.
Here's Okeke. Jacks up a 3. And with that, the Bucks lead is cut down to 11 on the bucket from Hunter.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
Outside Garland, pass to Jerome. It's Strus on the wing. Kicks it out to Garland. Okeke passes to Hunter. Outside Garland. The rebound by the Bucks. Portis has got rebound number 7 for him tonight. Baseline jumper. Garland with the rebound.
I think this is a spot he has got to become more consistent from if you want to command the defender's respect.
To the wing on the left. It's stolen by Green. 2 on none. No one back to stop this. Here's Portis. Takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. Portis has got 4 this quarter. And look at how the hustle game has been going for the Bucks.
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
And their fast break has also been a key metric in this one. They have had a significant advantage in transition over the course of this game.
And so Garland will bring it up for the Cavaliers. It's a 16-point game. Here's Hunter. Knocks it down from 7 feet.
With a number of moves and shots to choose from, Hunter is scary. Nice bucket there.
Green passes to Portis. Pass to Trent. 6 to shoot. Milwaukee needs to get off a shot here. And Bobby Portis hits from deep. And the Bucks lead by 17.
That's unselfishness from Trent Jr. We know he wants to score, but when your teammate's that wide open, just simply put the ball where it needs to be.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Well, he's attacking, he's forcing the issue, and that's simply stated a terrific play.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Jared Allen's checked in for Okeke. Evan Mobley comes in for Hunter. And it's Mitchell in for Ty Jerome.
Okay, Jared Allen, we see you making that look for a big man. That's a pretty pass.
And Kuzma gets it to go on the assist by Lillard. Lillard's got 5 assists in the game. Garland kicks to Strus. No good on the 3. Milwaukee leading by 13. Pass to Lillard. We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Back to Kuzma. Tipped away. Stolen by Mitchell. And now the fast break. Mitchell with the ball. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
And Donovan Mitchell is an explosive athlete. Not easy to guard him without fouling.
Doris, one of the more relentless players in the NBA, Donovan Mitchell.
Kevin, what I love about him is he loves the lead role. He feels very comfortable carrying tremendous responsibility on the offensive end. Donovan, one of the more confident players you'll meet.
And these are the types of games where one team clearly has the edge. Tonight, it will be a win by a large margin for the Bucks.
You know, a team can have a great shooting night without getting a lot of assists, but tonight they had both.
Yeah, and listen, you only get the assist if the guy you give it to makes the shot. So a lot of assists will up your field goal percentage, but this was a great team effort by everyone.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Boy, forget about his stats for a second, right? What impressed me most was his stamina. It seemed like he was involved in every play. And with that kind of activity, I don't know how you don't wear down.
And Lopez has it in the corner. Here's Antetokounmpo. Makes it off the glass. And the Bucks lead by 15.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
No question. They've gotten hot at exactly the right time. Clutch play on a team level.
And out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. We've got 13 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. And there's the defensive 3-second call.
Bucks ball. Shooting for Milwaukee. Green at the line.
And he shows the focus there, nails the technical.
Livingston. Rollins.
And so it's the Bucks taking care of business in this one. Much appreciated, David. And that'll do it, folks. For Doris Burke, David Aldridge, Greg Anthony.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the destination for... Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for NBA action on 2K. Grant, looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah. This should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
Looking at the starting five for the Boston Celtics. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Lillard against Holiday. Pass to Prince. Back to Lillard. Here's Prince. 5 to shoot. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. And the basket by Antetokounmpo.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Tatum with it, and it's Kuzma picking him up. The shot by Holiday, no good. And about a minute gone in the first quarter. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
Boy, I'll tell you, when Holiday shifts gears, he quickly leaves people behind.
It's stolen by Holiday. No one near him. And the shot is good off the backboard. Holiday's got 7.
Well, you guys know I love analytics, but I still like the mid-range, especially when he's taking the shot.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Here's Lillard. To the inside. Kuzma. And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
You know, I think Kuzma has underrated quickness. It's part of what helps him finish at the rim so well.
Pass to Tatum. Here's Porzingis. And the shot is good on the assist by Tatum.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. It's a 3-point game. Left side White. Wing shot on the way. Oh, can't get it. Misses his first attempt.
You won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, B.A. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
Boston making a switch here. Horford's checked in.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
Just an effective shot blocker. Lopez using all of that 7 feet, and he does a great job of picking his spots.
On the break, and here's Brown for 3, and the three-pointer goes. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
Well, so far they've done a great job of reading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
Yeah, on top of that, they've been resourceful defensively, generating scoring opportunities by forcing turnovers.
Outside, Brown. Back to White. Pass to Holiday. 1:41 left to play in the first quarter. Horford finds White. That three's off the mark. The Bucks trail. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk with Doc Rivers for a minute. We discussed the different ways that Al Horford can impact a game, and Coach told me he defends, he rebounds, he can score from all 3 levels. Al does whatever his team needs on any given night. He's the glue guy, so it'll be interesting to see what contribution Horford brings tonight. B.A.?
Okay, thank you, Allie. Pass to Lillard. Down to 5 on the shot clock.
Yeah, inside Lillard is just so scrappy, turning aggressive defense into a foul while shooting.
Milwaukee shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight. Ties it up, and his next one could give him the lead. And the Bucks will go for a different look here. Sims, he's checked in for Lopez. Portis comes in for Antetokounmpo. Trent, he's checked in for Kuzma. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince. Pritchard, no good. For Milwaukee, they've gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. Back to Porter. Portis with a screen on Brown. And here's Porter outside. Oh, can't get it. Misses his first attempt. And Brown has got the ball here for Boston. They trail by 1. Hauser passes to Cornette. And that'll be Boston's ball as it goes out of bounds. Celtics able to keep possession here.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
Antetokounmpo's checked in for the Bucks. Green comes in for Lillard. Craig is checked in for Boston. Tatum comes in for Jaylen Brown.
With his feet set, Tatum's gonna make you pay.
Now here's Green. Here's Portis. Outside for Porter. And out of bounds. Boston will have it.
I don't know what the heck happened there. That's just a careless turnover.
Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
B.A., when he gets the rim in his sights, it's tough to stop.
So at the buzzer. He got it off in time.
That is an incredible shot.
What a huge shot to beat the buzzer.
And that concludes a back-and-forth, high-scoring first quarter of play. It's the Celtics. They lead by 1. Stay with us now as we get set to bring you quarter number 2 after this. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. All right, guys, what do you think about the Celtics here in this one?
It's simple. Offensively, they limited their turnovers. Defensively, they forced turnovers.
Well, their defense was incredible, wreaking havoc and coming up with steals left and right. Just a tremendous effort.
On the floor for Boston, we've got Jason Tatum, Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Peyton Pritchard, and it's Hauser in at the 3. Craig with a screen on Porter. Pritchard, the pass to Craig. Porter with the steal. In transition, here come the Bucks. And then Porter with the dunk.
Yeah, speedy transition play by Porter. Getting there to put the finishing touches on the fast break.
Celtics trail by 3. Here's Pritchard. No points so far. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Porter from outside. And that makes him 3 for 4. He's looking good.
Yeah, incredible range. Porter Jr. can cash you in from distance. He certainly did there.
Pritchard, the pass to Horford. Inside. Out to Craig. Pass to Tatum. It's stolen by Trent. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Brian, with the Bucks switching coaches midway through last season, Doc Rivers, experienced with star-laden rosters, he said, quote, "I resist thinking that you can't coach players. I have no problem holding them accountable. If you don't do it, you're not going to win." Brian, the pressure's on to get it done.
The burden of expectations. It's title or bust. Thanks, Allie. The Bucks leading by 6. Outside Porter. Outside Green. Antetokounmpo inside. And Pritchard pulls it down. Boston has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Tatum passes to Hauser. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Hauser. The 3 from Craig. Milwaukee with the rebound. Portis finds Green. Trent from long range. And Craig pulls it down. Celtics trail by 6. Horford outside. The kick to Tatum. And here's Craig. understand every franchise has their guy. What kind of things do you want your franchise player to exhibit?
Well, Brian, here's what people have to understand. The culture of your team is determined by your best player. If you want a hardworking, unselfish, competitive team, that best player, that franchise guy, has to embody those things.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
Pass to Horford. There's the three. It's hauled in by Portis. The Bucks leading by 6. Trent outside. And it's Portis. That time on the assist from Trent.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen.
Horford, a screen on Trent. Tatum passes to Hauser. Gets the 3 ball to go. Hauser's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game.
And when he was younger, Tatum would often try to do it all himself, but now he wants to keep everybody involved.
Trent, the pass to Portis. Porter against Tatum. Back to Portis. Clock is at 3. Trent outside. Fires from deep. Boston pulls it in.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Down low. The kick to Tatum. 4-3. Here's Craig. Gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2.
Plays like that make a coach's life easy. Love the work rate he shows on the glass to get the score.
Uses the glass on the layup. Porter's got 7 points for the quarter.
Nice job by Porter Jr. attacking the interior, going after a close-range shot.
And Kevin Porter picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. And the Bucks will go for a different look here. Lopez, he's checked in for Portis. Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Trent. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter Jr. So Boston going with almost an entire new group here. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Hauser. White, he's checked in for Craig. And Holiday subbed in for Pritchard.
The long strides of Giannis help him get down the court fast. A lethal player in transition.
And it's Tatum missing. Kuzma, the pass to Lillard. But if it goes, no good on the buzzer beater. And so it's Milwaukee closing out the quarter with a 7-point lead. And it's all due to their ability to own the paint. They've been dominant down low. More 2K action in just a moment.
Direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot.
And if you're just joining in, one half is in the books, one half to go. Without question, Kevin Porter displaying his skills today.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. That's Doc Rivers 5 as we get into the second half. Kuzma down low, defended by Brown. Lillard left side, over Holiday. That's short off the rim.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
And striking without warning. Holiday can be so sudden.
Pass to Lopez. Now Lillard. Here's Prince. He's guarded by White. Prince on the attack. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. Tatum against Kuzma. The 3 is up. The shot by Holiday, no good. Milwaukee leading by 5. And the foul called on Kristaps Porzingis. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game. Kornet's checked in for Kristaps Porzingis.
Celtics substitution.
Here in this third quarter, just over a minute played. To the paint. Here's Antetokounmpo. Tatum with some nice D.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
Pass to Brown. And Brown rising high for the finish.
What a flush. Great athleticism from Brown.
And stolen by Holiday. White with it. And the layup falls.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
And a timeout called here by Doc Rivers. He wants to review the game plan. And the Bucks making a change here. Portis is checked in. Here's Lillard. 7 points in the game. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Holiday. Pass to Portis. To the inside. Now the Celtics on the move. Tatum from long range. Here's White. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish. Extremely competitive game thus far.
Yeah, 6 lead changes in total. I expect there to be more to come.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul of the game.
And there's just one foul now away from the penalty.
Lopez with it. Working on Cornet. Lopez finds Antetokounmpo. It's stolen by Holiday. To the middle. Here's Brown. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a three-point play.
Well, you got to foul Brown harder than this because he does convert well through contact.
Pritchard's checked in for Boston. And Stan, they always say for a player, confidence is such a big part of it. How can a coach instill that in a player?
Well, as your coach, I think your job is to create a system that the players believe in and they believe they can have success in. The rest of it has to come from inside of the players. They have to believe in themselves.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Damian Lillard last season becoming the 51st NBA player ever to cross the 20,000-point threshold and the 17th fastest to ever do it. He said it's a great accomplishment and a rare space to be in. I'm like, man, I might be able to get 27 or 28,000 if I can stay healthy. Ryan, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, me either. Thanks, Allie. It's Holiday with a drive. And Holiday powers it home.
Well, if you give Holiday a crease, that'll happen. I mean, he just blew the doors off the defense.
Here's Lillard. And it's Cornet with a rebound. Cornet's got 5 rebounds in the game. Tatum with it. Guarded by Antetokounmpo. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Tatum. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Tatum against Lillard. Pass to Lopez. Antetokounmpo outside. Down low. And some changes here for the Bucks. Smith, he's checked in for Lopez. Prince comes in for Kuzma. And it's Trent in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And the Celtics also making a change. Hauser, he's checked in for Jason Tatum. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
And I'll tell you, that was some smart basketball from Lillard right there. I mean, understanding how to put pressure on the D to get these calls.
And the Bucks with some changes. Livingston, he's checked in for Smith. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince. And the Celtics also making a change. Horford's checked in. Pritchard, no good. Bucks trail by 4. And the Bucks pushing it up now. Trent from long range. Boston pulls it in. Horford's got 4 rebounds now. Over to the left wing. Here's Hauser. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. Hauser's got 6.
That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
Lillard left side. And another miss by Milwaukee. Celtics lead by 7. Pass to Hauser. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And here's Brown for 3. Rebound, Milwaukee. On the wing, Porter. Into the lane. And the shot goes. 12 points for him.
Able to get a layup out of that one. That's just soft defense there.
Here's Pritchard. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. It's the Celtics up 5. After a quick break, we're coming right back with the start of the... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
Well, he's a consummate floor general, surveying the defense and delivering the pass on time and on target.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Taking a look at the Celtics. We've got Jason Tatum, and it's Keita in at the 5, roaming the paint. Green in the post. Tatum's there. Pass to Porter. Clock at 6. Back to Portis. And he comes up with a bucket.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
Well, you know this is when they lean on him, and he delivers with a much-needed score.
And Pritchard, here we go. Misses from short range. And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for Milwaukee. No good with a layup. Boston leading by 3. Inside. Shoots. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, look, you have to be able to count on energy and effort every night, and they're showing a lot of it with their transition buckets.
Another big factor for them has been their ability to get points off of turnovers. The easiest offense is created by good defense.
Now the Celtics on the move. Three-pointer Holiday. And the shot is good on the assist by Tatum. Tatum's got 6 assists now in the game. Bucks trail by 8. Antetokounmpo inside. Pounded by Tatum. Horford outside. And again, Boston with the triple.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Portis finds Antetokounmpo. Out to Portis. Can they get it? Here's Rollins. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. That's on Al Horford.
First team foul.
And he can't get the first one. Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Now, we know he can hit threes, but Kristaps showing he can slam it too.
Lillard into the lane. And the dunk by Lillard.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boy.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring number.
It's stolen by Holiday. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum. Tatum's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. Out of bounds, it'll go to the Celtics. Prince is checked in for Rollins.
Number 12.
Pass to Porzingis. Back to Tatum. Kick out to Brown. And Brown knocking down the triple.
Coming down the stretch, they've leaned on the perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
The shot by Lillard, no good.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
The shot by Holiday, no good. Bucks trail by 15. Lillard outside. Puts up a deep three. The rebound, Celtics. Boston on offense. They're on a 15-3 run.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Celtics.
And it seemed like steals ended up making the difference in this game.
No question. Their ability to force mistakes and turn them into points gave them an upper hand tonight.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Drew Holiday.
Well, offensively, they needed him to be aggressive, and he delivered. What a game.
Safe to say, the outcome is no longer in question.
Yeah, look, sometimes you just break your opponent's spirit, and I think this has been one of those times.
For Milwaukee, they've gotten 3 of 7 attempts in this fourth quarter to fall. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. The rebound by Jason Tatum.
Well, the defense got lucky there. More often than not, he's making that shot.
White against Prince. Launches it. Not going to go that time. Brown against Kuzma. The three for Prince. Drops in the three. 29 seconds left in the game. Boston on offense. Now White. 16 seconds left in the fourth quarter. 5 on the clock. And the call will be against Kyle Kuzma. That's his first foul.
Second team foul. Substitution on the court.
There's 10 seconds left in the fourth. Here's Hauser. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. They have to. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill.
floor for the visiting.
Comes to teams that like pushing the break, Richard. Look no further than these two teams in front of us.
I'm expecting a fun one here tonight, Kevin. Definitely not for the faint of heart. These teams love to get out and run.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. And so it's the Celtics getting on the board first. To the inside. Allen kicks to Strus. Drills the three-pointer.
It's great whenever a big knows how to handle it. Allen sharing the wealth.
Now Holiday. He takes it in. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
And a miss there on the triple. And here are the Cavaliers. And Garland has it in the corner. Back to Mitchell. Outside Garland. Pass to Mobley. Garland with it. Out guarded by Porzingis.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
And the improvement, RJ, from Garland's dribble drive game has been immense.
Kevin, his confidence when he is ready to attack is next level. He's got great footwork. He's got a great handle. Very few defenders can stay in front of him in a one-on-one situation.
Celtics have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. And about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Down low. And Porzingis gets it to go on the assist by Tatum.
How about Tatum shredding the D with his passing? So effective in pick and rolls.
Pass to Mitchell. Over to the wing. Mobley kicks to Mitchell. 5 to shoot. Back to Mobley. No good with the layup. Celtics have gone 4 of 5 from the field so far. White goes in, and White with the stuff.
And creating a little separation here, gaining some confidence.
Yeah, they've locked in during this stretch. If they keep it up, their lead will only continue to grow.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, coming out of high school at 6'0", Derek White didn't receive any full scholarship offers. He says it was humbling, but it drove me to get better. Each time you have the doubters, you just put a little chip on your shoulder. That 29th pick overall in 2017, he's come a long way. Kevin, those chips are still there.
You're so right, David. Thanks. He's become a heck of a player. Here's Mitchell after Drew Holiday's score. Cleveland needs to get a shot off here. And it's Strus missing. Celtics leading by 7. Pass to Tatum. To the middle. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Jared Allen.
And in the paint, Porzingis doesn't give the defense any opportunity there. He just stays aggressive and draws the foul.
A different look now for Cleveland. Hunter comes in for Mobley. And it's a Okoro in for Max Strus. Mitchell dishes to Allen. Okoro setting the pick for Allen. Outside Garland. Hunter for 3. And Pritchard pulls it down.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
Here's Porzingis. The shot's good. Brown making the play. And it's 7 points for Porzingis.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
They were ready to roll right through the tip. There was no warm-up period. There was only, let's do this.
Now Brown following DeAndre Hunter's three-point attempt.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
They came out and bum rushed them. Huge difference in activity level from both teams tonight.
Now, here's Garland. No scoring in this one. Cleveland moving the ball around. Allen inside. Guarded by Porzingis. Kicks it out to Garland. Hunter for three. The shot will not fall. Brown against Mitchell. Porzingis with a screen on Mitchell. Brown the pass to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
It also allows them to play inside out, which will make them even more difficult to defend.
And there's the foul. It's on Jaylen Brown. That is his first foul of the game.
On the court.
A big-time effort for Porzingis, providing a lot of energy for the Boston Celtics. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And guys, we've seen the Celtics really take control here.
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
In this league, it is so hard scoring in the half court, so you have to run every time you get the opportunity.
On the court right now for the Celtics, Horford is out there with Torrey Craig. Then it's Tatum, and it's Pritchard in at the point guard. Launches a three. Green with the rebound. The Cavaliers trail by 14. And it's Hunter with the jam.
How about the strength and focus on that one? It's clear Hunter up to the challenge at finishing on a physical defense.
Max Strus is checked in for Cleveland. RJ, one league rule that has gotten a lot of attention, carrying the basketball.
Oh, these guys carry the ball at a ridiculous rate. Even Allen Iverson used to do it, and then eventually he took it out of his game. But yeah, the referees could clean it up a little bit, I'll be honest.
And here is Hunter. Pass to Okoro. Rebounded by Hauser. Boston leading by 14. Craig down low. Working on Hunter. There's the three. And the Celtics hit again from deep.
Oh, come on. Just add vision to his perfect skill set. But when he's dropping dimes like that, like Jason Tatum is a problem. I just love when teams make it work down low.
And here's Tatum. He'll bring it up for Boston. Craig sets the screen for Tatum, and stolen by Hunter. Stripped away. Craig, good. Craig's got his first points in this one. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Celtics.
From the tip, they are not making things easy on them. Lots of steals, playing disruptive basketball.
Another thing they've done well is push the tempo. They're running the floor and converting on the fast break.
5 on the clock. Okoro kicks to Strus. For three, Hunter sinks the three-pointer. Hunter's got 6 points.
A very consistent three-point shooter. Hunter shoots it well from there because of how confident he is.
Tatum passes to Horford, and the dunk by Horford.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Pass to Jerome. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And his presence as a scorer, it just has a calming effect for the rest of the team. He's a fallback option whenever they need one.
Pritchard passes to Craig. Here's Hauser. Good on the triple. He's got 6.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
Pass to Strus. A minute 50 left here in the second. Back to Hunter. Now Strus. It's stolen. Outside, Horford. Craig. The Celtics shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night.
And a season ago at the charity stripe, this is a group that shot an impressive 81%.
A different look now for Cleveland. Tristan Thompson, he's checked in for Mobley. Mitchell comes in for Okoro. And it's Garland in for Ty Jerome. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Here's Garland. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And I love watching Garland mature into a leader. And you know what? He is not done yet.
Wade, he's checked in for Tristan Thompson. Austin also with the sub. Cornette's checked in. 1:24 left to play here in the half. Now here is Holiday. Pass to Cornette. And here's White. Brown kicks to Holiday. No good from outside. On the wing, Mitchell. White covering. Porzingis with the steal. And White slams it in.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
Outside, White. Offensive rebound, Celtics. Brown, good.
Using his athleticism on the boards. Gotta put a body on Brown or this will happen.
Wade dishes to Hunter. Back to Wade. Porzingis with the block. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock, and it's White missing.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
Garland the pass to Mitchell. Here's Hunter. He's covered by Brown. The wide open shot from Strus. And so it's the Boston Celtics taking a 19-point lead into the break. From the field, they have been outstanding, amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. We come back right after this. And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. And it's been a clinic out there by Kristaps Porzingis.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
The question now is, will the defense keep letting him punish them inside? Or did Coach have some new ideas for them?
At the forward spot, it's Strus and Mobley. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. And it's Allen in at the 5, down low. That's the group starting the second half for Kenny Atkinson.
Keep getting it to this man. I mean, once Porzingis catches fire, there is no putting that out.
Garland the pass to Strus. Sinks that one from the post. Strus has got 5.
Making the floater look this smooth is not as easy as it looked. It's a challenging shot.
And here's Tatum for 3. Rebounded by Allen. The Cavaliers trail by 20. And a minute played as the second half gets going. White against Mitchell. 6 on the shot clock.
And Kevin, lots of standing around and watching by the defense that time.
And he makes them pay, doesn't he, Greg, with that emphatic slam.
That's what lackluster defense will get you. You deserve to get dunked on with that type of effort.
Holiday gets the bucket.
And you have to be right up on Holiday. When you're not, he's ready to take those quick shots.
Mitchell finds Strus. Just over a minute and a half have passed here in the third quarter. Allen outside. Back to Strus. Cleveland moving it around. Allen passes to Mobley. Trying tried to come right back with the three of his own, but it's no good. RJ, we've seen multiple all-star games for Jaylen Brown. Can he become a superstar?
Well, to me, if you've got a finals MVP in your back pocket on your resume, you are now a superstar, and Jaylen Brown is that.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Well, Kevin, we are seeing a new generation taking over the NBA. Commissioner Adam Silver says stars can be created much quicker these days. Sports is a meritocracy, and talent gets rewarded. With a social media community in the billions for basketball and a global market for talent, new and different stars end up emerging. Kevin?
Which is always good for the game. Great to see. And David, a great report again from you. Thank you. On the wing, Mitchell. A three-pointer is right on target.
When you shoot hundreds of these shots in gyms by yourself, it will make you automatic just like Mitchell.
2 minutes.
High post Allen. 2 minutes. Kicks it out to Garland. Strus with it, and Holiday picks him up defensively. Garland against Holiday. Here's Mobley. Another shot, and it's White with the rebound. Celtics leading by 20. Stolen by Garland. Strus passes to Allen, and the shot goes down. Allen's got his first points of the game.
So much reach. Allen using that wingspan to his advantage.
To the paint. Out to White for the three. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks for range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
Pass to Mobley. Now, here's Garland. He's covered by Brown. Back to Garland. Just 5 to shoot. Strus in the corner. Back to Mobley with the fadeaway. And that's collected by Drew Holiday. For Boston, they've gone 3 of 8 so far in the third quarter, looking to lock in that rhythm. And he gets it to go as they call the foul. He's on his way to the line for one more.
Oh, getting the hoop and the harm. That's tremendous body control from Brown.
And the Cavaliers will go with a different look here. DeAndre Hunter, he's checked in for Jared Allen. Okoro comes in for Max Strus. Javonte Green, he's checked in for Mitchell. And it's Ty Jerome in for Garland. Pass to Horford from past the arc. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Mobley's got his 6th rebound on the night. Hunter finds Green. Out of bounds, Boston takes possession.
Celtics ball. Now into the line for your Cavaliers. Number 1, Max Strus.
11 seconds left to play in the third. Brown feeling it out a bit. And another miss by Boston. And so it's the Boston Celtics closing out the quarter with a 20-point lead. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. And we've got more in. And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. The Cavaliers trail by 20, and a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. They've got Horford. Jason Tatum is out there with Torrey Craig. And it's Hauser in at the 3.
Looking for a high percentage shot. Garland wants the best look he can get.
Here's Craig. Okeke grabs the miss.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Tatum against Hunter. Here's Okeke. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
His first.
That one on Horford.
Team foul.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
And another place they're finding success is in transition. They've been working hard to get ahead of the defense and find those easy ones.
Pass to Craig. Outside Tatum. That three off the mark. Tatum's gone 1 of 4 so far. Now Hunter. Here's Okeke. Here's Jerome. Bruce with it. Clock at 6. The three. Rebounded by Tatum. Celtics leading by 16. And Greg has it in the corner. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. Tatum's got his 8th assist in the game.
Intelligent play by Tatum, moving the ball to get an open shot.
Here's Jerome, guarded by Tatum. They set the pick. And that one is good from Jerome.
Yeah, the D has not been able to keep the ball out of the paint at that end of the court.
Here's Pritchard. Here's Hauser. And again, Boston with the triple.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
And you see this so much more nowadays in the NBA. Teams putting a larger emphasis on jacking up threes.
Boston's gone 2 of 3 in the fourth quarter from long range. Good shooting so far. Some nice ball movement here by the Celtics. Too long in the paint, and he's hit with a 3-second violation.
Shooting for Boston, Al Horford.
And so he hits the technical free throw. A different look now for Cleveland. Allen's checked in for Okeke. Mobley comes in for DeAndre Hunter. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Ty Jerome. And here's Tatum for 3. Boston, no good that time either. They get a hand on it, out of bounds. Cleveland takes possession. Celtics making a switch here. Porzingis is checked in.
Number 8, Kristaps Porzingis.
The Cavaliers trail by 21. Mitchell outside. It's Allen, top of the key. Back to Mitchell. Pass to Garland. Now, here's Mitchell. 4 on the shot clock. Here's Strus. Porzingis with the block.
And just fast off the floor to challenge shots. Porzingis, this helps him get a lot of blocks like that one.
Down low. Defended by Strus. Tatum wide open. He fires one. And the 3 ball is good.
So many of the plays they're running designed to create opportunities from deep.
With the way they're shooting, there's no need to look for any other shot. Just keep letting it rain.
And the foul on Drew Holiday. That's his first foul. And it's a completely new group for Cleveland. 1:52 left in the fourth quarter. Hunter, the pass to Green. They need this. The rebound by the Celtics. Here's Tillman. Here's Walsh. And the 3 off target. And he drives in. Jerome, good.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest. Just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for Boston.
As one-sided as it gets today, you know, there were some dominant moments in about every facet of this game for that team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, it's hard to think of what didn't go right for them. Game planning by the coaches, execution by the players, everything was just on target.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Porzingis.
There wasn't much they could do to slow him down as he was converting every good chance he got.
46 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Walsh. Here's Cornette. Drops in the tray.
And they came in determined to take this one. It's going to be a happy flight home.
And as it should be. To be this dominant on another team's floor, look, when you go home, you're going to go home feeling good.
Here's Jerome. Pass to Okoro. Shot clock at 6. Fires for 3. And that one is good from Jerome.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Here's Pritchard. And Thompson sends it back. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right. But with the way they controlled the game and just completely took the crowd out of it, that's how to get it done on the road.
Thank you for that, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. We appreciate you tuning in tonight. See you later.
Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball. And the highlight of this game could be the matchup at the 5 spot, Clark.
You know, Brian, we've seen strong play at the center position these last few years, and we've got 2 bigs who can each take over a game, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching them square off.
Here are the starters for Oklahoma City. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4, Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2. And it's Williams in at the 3, the small forward.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lay-in.
Van Vliet against Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Brooks. Pass to Van Vliet from the arc. No good that time. Good work defensively by Gilgeous-Alexander. Got it. Good job in the low post.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Van Vliet with a deep 3. Oklahoma City grabs a miss.
He had more than enough room to hit that, just couldn't make it happen.
After years of finishing at the bottom of the West, things are looking up for the Rockets, Clark.
You know, B.A., they've done a really good job of drafting and developing players. That combination can allow you to move forward. And along with signing complementary veterans, that adds to the mix as well. And they've done a nice job. And they've got future draft capital, too. So the Rockets are certainly on the rise.
Now, here's Williams. Shot clock at 6. From deep, Holmgren. Brooks with the rebound. The Rockets have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Thompson's vertical is impressive. I love seeing this young guard rise up and throw it down.
Dort finds Hartenstein. Outside, Williams. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Dort for 3. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist.
And these are the shots this team wants Dort taking. He understands his role in this offense.
Van Vliet scanning the floor. Thompson, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. Nice assist and nice finish. Solid play all the way around. Thompson's got his second basket of the game. To the paint. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Holmgren. Here's Hartenstein. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And great awareness. Holmgren's so good at reading the movement of his teammates. A very heady passer for a big man.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
A bit ago, Ime Udoka and I were able to chat. We were talking about Chet Holmgren, the versatility at both ends, and Coach pointed out one thing in particular, saying that Chet has the ability to create for himself. He's a tremendous ball handler for his size. He has great footwork, and he stays on balance. He knows it's going to take a team effort defensively.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. And Houston making a change here. Smith's checked in. And also a switch here for Oklahoma City. Caruso's checked in. Williams finds Dort. Back to Williams. Now here's Holmgren. Hartenstein with it. Now Thompson defending. Oklahoma City's got to hurry. They got to get up a shot. Williams from long range. Thompson pulls it in.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Rejected by Holmgren.
And you can't forget about Holmgren's reach, especially when he's nearby on defense.
So for the Rockets, Steven Adams checked in for Thompson. Eason comes in for Brooks. And it's Cam Whitmore in for Fred VanVleet. And here in the first quarter, a little over 3.5 minutes played. Green, the pass to Eason. 6 to shoot, to the middle. Here's Adams, and that's good. His first bucket of the game.
You want to stop Adams when he rolls, but honestly, Steven is such a force. Sometimes you can't stop him.
Williams with it. He's picked up by Eason. And it's Williams off the drive. And Williams punches it home. Woo!
He just levitated in the air, double pump, and then slammed it home.
How about the D right there? They just got out of the way. They let him choose what kind of move he wanted to make.
And what a beautiful move it was that he picked.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Joe, the pass to Caruso. Wiggins outside. Back to Caruso. Wiggins against Smith. Pass to Joe. Takes the three. Eason pulls it in. Houston has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Here's Whitmore outside. Oklahoma City grabs the miss. 16 seconds left to play in the first. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. That's on Steven Adams.
Yeah, really left him no choice there. I mean, he had to foul and keep him from converting the easy bucket.
And Williams drops them both. 11 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Outside Whitmore. Pass to Holiday. For 3, Smith drains the triple.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. It's the Thunder leading by 1. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Thunder.
Everything working for them inside so far, guys. Tons of high-quality shots that they're knocking down inside.
They've also been quick to set up their teammates, wasting no time making the extra pass for the open look.
Taking a look at the Thunder. They've got Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins out there with Williams. And then it's Alex Caruso, and it's Gilgeous-Alexander in at the point guard. Tipped away. Ooh, it's stolen by Eason. On the wing, Whitmore. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. Thunder with a lead. Down low. Gilgeous-Alexander feeling it out a bit. Back to Joe. Wiggins against Şengün. Just 5 on the clock. Shot from the wing. The Rockets pull it in.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
And something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kick ability.
Yeah, you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
The ball's knocked loose. Ooh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Wiggins. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window. Wiggins has got his first points of the game.
You have to be accurate there. Very little room for error passing on the interior.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, Jabari Smith Jr. is making some serious strides, and Coach Ime Udoka praised him and said his all-around game, his confidence, great defensive versatility. He's starting to handle and make plays for others. Shooting is a huge asset for him, but we want him to post up and find his mid-range shots as well. He can rise up over guys. Brian?
He is certainly one to watch, Allie. Thank you. Outside Eason from deep three-point land. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday. Eason's got 6 points.
He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Houston has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Smith passes to Holiday. Picked by Smith. Right side Eason. Pass to Whitmore. Şengün, a screen on Williams. And he hits it to tie the game. 5 points in the game.
And there's the length of Smith at work. Playing big on the interior.
Outside Holiday. And here's Eason. Lets it go from deep. Here's Şengün. Now Smith. Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. And a fast break now for the Thunder. Caruso. Pass to Wiggins. Back to Caruso. Fires the three. And again, Oklahoma City, no good.
We know how good a shooter he is. It's frustrating for him when he's not able to knock down that kind of wide open look.
This one for 3. Eason can't get it to go. And so it's Williams with it. He brings it up for the Thunder. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter. And Williams punches it home.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
Thompson, he's checked in for the Rockets. Fred VanVleet comes in for Holiday. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Lou Dort comes in for Joe. VanVleet against Gilgeous-Alexander. 6 on the shot clock. Lets it go from the wing. Thompson, no good.
You look at him, and he's a little hit and miss from there, even without a defender in his face. No guarantee.
Ooh, Thompson with the block.
Decent reach and solid instincts, allowing Thompson to get a hand on it.
Houston making some changes. Dylan Brooks comes in for Alperen Şengün. And Green is subbed in for Smith. Chet Holmgren, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Williams comes in for Gilgeous-Alexander. On the wing, Caruso. Dort outside. From deep. Thompson pulls it in.
Would you say testing the limits of his range there?
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
Green, back to Thompson. Good work defensively by Caruso. Oklahoma City has gone 0 for 3 from deep to begin the second. 27 seconds left in the first half of this one. Back to Holmgren. Pass to Dort. Caruso outside. Over Green. And they'll get another chance. Caruso outside. Dort with it. For 3. Sinks the tray. Dort's got 6. VanVleet outside. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Oklahoma City ahead. Up 5. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Well, we've seen Luguentz Dort really having a good game here.
Yeah, even with the extra attention he's getting from the defenders, he's finding ways to excel.
Well, we're not surprised by that. No more than what we've come to expect of him. He can adapt and adjust to anything a defense tries to throw at him.
VanVleet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Amen Thompson out there with Dylan Brooks. And it's Şengün in at the 5. And that's the group for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. And out of bounds, Houston will have it.
Rockets ball.
Gilgeous-Alexander against VanVleet. Thompson, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. VanVleet finds Thompson. Throw it down.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
Yeah, you know, battling back is about staying the course, and their attitude never changed.
And the shot's good. And the Thunder lead by 2.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
To the left side wing. VanVleet on the wing. Ooh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Dort driving to the basket. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist. So Dort's got 8 points.
Nice use of strength by Dort. He runs into the inside contact, but pushes right through it.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Brooks against Williams. And slammed it home. And a foul. A chance at another point at the line. It's on Isaiah Hartenstein.
And this is what Brooks loves to do. Attacking the defense and scoring right on them with the foul.
Caruso, he's checked in for Chet Holmgren. Well, Grant, we know non-shooting big men can clog the paint. But if they know where to move off the ball, that certainly helps.
Yeah, you know, big men who know those circle actions, like flashing to the open spot when their man gives help, they often end up with easy looks inside.
A chance here to catch up with Ali from the sideline.
Hey, BA, well, the Rockets got a lot more organized with Coach Ime Udoka and their veteran additions, including point guard Fred VanVleet, who said it's just having that poise and presence to slow things down and get guys where they need to be. Rein it in, get some structure, and maximize these guys' potential. BA?
Ali, a great floor general. Thanks for that. Chalk up 2 there. Hartenstein's gotten 4 this quarter.
And you look at how they've come out in the second half. It's almost like night and day.
No question about it. I mean, these teams are really battling hard now.
Here's Şengün. Drops in the layup for 2.
Love when Şengün looks to score, especially from the interior.
Dort, the pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Dort. VanVleet against Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA explodes to the rim.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
Here's Şengün. Again, Houston.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
Left side, Williams. Dort outside. Hartenstein against Şengün. Dort for 3. He drops it from range. Dort's got 11.
And that's a defensive lapse. A shooter of his caliber can't be left wide open.
To the inside, outside for Green. Tried to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good. Oklahoma City leading by 4. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Caruso. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Dort outside. It's hauled in by Houston. Şengün's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. SGA takes it himself and slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
All it takes is a sliver of daylight, and Gilgeous-Alexander will exploit it.
Hartenstein against VanVleet. Şengün passes to Brooks. Dort with a steal. Williams on the wing. Back to Hartenstein. Pass to Williams. And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. Their key to consistency has been... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this 4th quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Taking a look at Oklahoma City. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is out there with Isaiah Joe. Then it's Williams, then it's Aaron Wiggins, and it's Caruso in at the small forward position. Wiggins with a steal. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. Oh, a huge slam! An exclamation point on that break.
Those are the kind of plays that win you games. Really savvy D, and give him credit for looking to go straight up the court with it.
Outside Whitmore. To the paint. Wiggins with a steal. Poke loose. Ooh, stolen by Smith. Here's Whitmore outside. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. And he ends that fast break chance. An intentional foul. That's a textbook example of the transition take foul rule. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Thunder?
Well, you know, they've been tremendous, I think, when it comes to sharing the basketball. You know, getting guys involved on the plays and creating offensive opportunities for everybody. Equal opportunity offense is fun to watch.
Yeah, something else I love that they're doing is driving into the lane and getting the shots they want in penetration.
On the wing, Caruso. 4 on the clock. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Shoots over Shepard. And he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 11 points here in the second half. Smith against Wiggins. And stolen by Caruso. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. And there's Gilgeous-Alexander on the assist by Wiggins. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 7 points for the quarter. Rockets trail by 15. Smith outside. Şengün passes to Van Vliet. To stop the run. Offensive rebound. And Şengün gets it to go.
That is what Şengün brings this team. The ability to turn misses into makes, doing the dirty work down low.
Dort, the pass to Caruso. Back to Dort. Lets it go from deep. Eason pulls it in.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. And so the ball out of bounds. Gilgeous-Alexander tucks it last. Houston making some changes. Thompson, he's checked in for Smith. Brooks comes in for Eason. And Jalen Green subbed in for Shepard. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Ooh, Gilgeous-Alexander turning on the Jets.
Recognizes the fast break opportunity and takes full advantage. Gilgeous-Alexander has a solid feel for the game.
Green for 3. Good. And Van Vliet gets the assist. Van Vliet's got his 5th assist in this one. And there's the call on Ben Thompson. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Double team on Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Holmgren. Thompson pulls it in. Thompson's got his 4th rebound in this one. Pass to Şengün. Brooks outside. Here's Thompson. And Houston, another 3.
And this is big for Thompson's confidence. He needs to keep hitting from downtown.
Şengün passes to Thompson. And here's Van Vliet from the arc. Connects from downtown. Van Vliet's got himself on the board with a 3 there. And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for the Rockets.
I like the fact that they've been very aggressive at the defensive end. Tenacious. They're jumping passing lanes and coming away with a lot of steals.
Also, guys, they put in maximum effort on the offensive glass. Great determination to follow shots and not giving up on the possessions.
Hartenstein a screen. Inside.
Excellent defense by Şengün. He's strong, he's tall, he can move his feet, and he knows how to position himself.
And just an incredible effort on the offensive glass.
Wow, follows it up with the putback to finish the play.
Got a pigeon on that one. Easy money right there, fellas. Going old school on you young fellas. Look that up, pigeon.
Şengün, and that one's good. And Green with the assist. Şengün's gotten 4 this quarter.
He's got a real nice feel for the game. Şengün's quick to make the most of an open look when it avails itself.
Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. It's Dort on the wing. 3-pointer. Gilgeous-Alexander no good. And here are the Rockets. They're on a 13-4 run. Şengün, a screen on Dort. Green, the pass to Şengün. And a missed layup. And here are the Thunder now. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. The kick out to Williams. Holmgren inside, working on Thompson. The shot by Dort, no good. They can't afford to waste this shot.
Moments like this are what it's all about.
And there's a whistle. That's going to go on Lou Dort. That'll be a second foul of the game. .23 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Van Vliet, the pass to Şengün. Outside for Green. Elbow shot. Hartenstein pulls it in. Dort for three. Knocks down the long J. And the Thunder lead by 9. So we see Oklahoma City get the win here. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone cold silent.
And that's exactly what you got to do. You
of attacking in transition.
Well, you've got to play to your strengths, right? But really, the league in general is looking for early offense. These teams, no different.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Hachimura out there with Jackson Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the 1. And here's James. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. Reeves outside. Hachimura with it. Now defended by Şengün. The kick out to LeBron. 6 on the shot clock. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
Rockets ball.
Reeves against Green. Pass to Şengün. Taken away by Hayes. On the wing, Reeves. Back to LeBron. Now Hayes. Reeves outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock.
How about the little guy throwing himself on the glass?
I know Reeves has been accused of hunting fouls before, Richard. Do you see that?
Oh, I don't know if it's all on Reeves. It's just the way the game is played. Great players learn how to put you in position to foul them. The goal of the game is to score, and if that's hunting fouls, then hunt away.
Pass to Hachimura. Goes back up. That one, no good. Good D by Thompson. Şengün kicks to Van Vliet. Back to Şengün. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. Sinks the triple.
Defensively, you have to live with Thompson making those, because if you get up too close at the arc, Ahmed will blow right by you.
Now here's James. Just about 2 minutes into the game, first quarter of basketball. And it's good for 2.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Here's Van Vliet. Thompson for 3. Hachimura grabs the miss. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
I was able to talk with Imi Udoka for a minute. He talked about the strategy for taking on a guy like Luka Doncic. He told me that the thing is Luka steals all the attention out there, which allows his teammates to find open looks, so we're not going to let him distract us on defense. So it sounds like they'll be focusing on defending against Luka and company, not just Luka. Kevin?
Thank you, David.
And for the Lakers,
Dorian Finney-Smith checked in for Hachimura. Green finds Thompson. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist. Thompson's got 6 points.
A sometimes underrated playmaker, Green showing good patience and vision.
Here's Doncic. Pass to Finney-Smith. Fires the 3. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
And so Van Vliet will bring it up for the Houston Rockets. They trail by 1. Brooks against LeBron. Back to Van Vliet. There's the triple. The Lakers with the rebound. 1:37 left in the first quarter of the game. And here's Reeves outside. And another 3 for the Lakers.
And that's LeBron, one of the best front court playmakers. That is something you just can't teach.
RJ, the Rockets don't just have young talent. They have elite young talent.
Yeah, you can have all the high draft picks in the world. That doesn't mean you're going to hit on the right guys. But Houston, they certainly have. And you got to give
Fantastic at finding lanes to the basket.
Here's Doncic. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
Rockets trail by 4. Van Vliet passes to Şengün. Thompson for the triple. It's rebounded by Hayes. LA has gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game. To the inside and stolen by Şengün. From deep, the Lakers with the rebound. Hayes has got 4 rebounds in this game. And here's Reeves outside. Şengün with the rebound. Van Vliet looking around. Buries it from 3-point range. Los Angeles shooting their first free throws of the game. And he knocks down the first one. So both teams changing it up here. He doesn't get the second one. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Lakers. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And from what we've seen so far from the Lakers, guys, what are your thoughts?
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
Making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
So for the Lakers right now, they've got Dorian Finney-Smith, Jared Vanderbilt out there with Connect. Then it's Austin Reeves, and it's Vincent in at the point guard. Going inside, out of bounds. Houston takes possession. Rockets trail. Here's Holiday. Pass to Eason. Here's Şengün. They get it back. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there. Driving inside. Reeves right side. Now Vincent guarded by Holiday. Vincent with it. 5 on the clock. And he banks in the layup. Vincent's got the lead up to 4 now for Los Angeles. Just over 1 minute has passed here in the second quarter. Now here is Holiday. He's tightly guarded. Pass to Whitmore. And the call will be against Gabe Vincent. That's his first foul. Houston making some changes. Thompson, he's checked in for Jabari Smith. And it's Fred Van Vliet in for Aaron Holiday. Hachimura is checked in for the Lakers. Here's Finney-Smith. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Finney-Smith's got 5.
Guys, just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
Şengün with a wide open look. And he's good on the 3-ball. Richard, you've talked a lot about how underrated longevity has been as a factor in measuring some of the all-time great players.
Well, when you think about Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, the only way to achieve greatness in the statistical category is to have longevity. So obviously greatness and longevity coincide.
Pass to Eason. And some nice passing there by Houston. Van Vliet outside. And another 3 for Houston.
And you have to appreciate the confidence. Van Vliet wastes no time shooting the rock when he is in that groove.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Rockets are making progress. Coach Ime Udoka said it doesn't happen overnight. Changing habits and things like that takes time. Guys learn and grow at a different pace. My thing is getting us all on the same page. We're not that far off. Kevin, they sure look like they're building in the right direction.
David, they are, and some good vets have helped as well. And we thank you for that report. Back to Thompson. And Thompson throws it down.
And he's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
We've got 1:48 left to play in the first half. And stolen by Şengün. Here's Whitmore. And they're unable to get the tying basket there. And Van Vliet, not the same scorer he once was, Richard, but he has improved his playmaking.
And that's the adjustment that Van Vliet needed to make. The scoring doesn't always have to be there for him. But if he can set up, facilitate, and be a game manager, he'll find a large role.
In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Lakers.
They've started the game the right way, penetrating the defense and attacking the rim. They're just not settling.
And also, guys, they're playing for one another right now. All those extra passes are leading to easy buckets.
Catching up on the changes for Houston. Smith checked in for Şengün. Brooks comes in for Tari Eason. And it's Green in for Whitmore. Out to Brooks. Pass to Van Vliet. Houston needs to get a shot. Goodwin with the steal. LeBron with it. Picked up by Van Vliet. Smith against James. And here is Goodwin. And the officials call over the back. A little too aggressive there.
I'm not sure what he thought he could get away with there. Pretty clear over the back.
Yeah, it's one thing to be aggressive, hotshot. It's another thing to get reckless. He's got to stay under control.
Well, Richard, you were a teammate of LeBron James's, winning a title in Cleveland with him, playing with LeBron. What was something you learned about his game and about him?
Well, I learned that he takes the greatness that has been bestowed upon him as a gift, and it is a curse, but he understands how to handle both.
And sometimes defenses sleep on Doncic's ability to elevate. He is capable of throwing it down.
30 seconds left in the second quarter. And so Van Vliet will bring it up for Houston. They trail by one. Brooks finds Van Vliet. Thompson for three. The Rockets again can't hit.
And this will be the last possession of the quarter if they're patient.
Yeah, it's all about clock management with these situations. Let's see how that plays out.
Back to Doncic. Buried from outside.
NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
They have to wait before heading to the locker room. They're going to bring out the monitor and see if he got that shot off in time.
And even though, you're thinking maybe we don't need to replay a situation like this, still plenty of time left in this game, and really it's about getting the call right.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Lakers ahead. They lead by one. We'll be back shortly live from Houston, Texas. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Amen Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Alperen Şengün out there with Amen Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the one spot. And that's the group in there for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half.
And once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
Right wing, Şengün kicks to Thompson. Now Brooks. He has yet to score. Here's Şengün. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks. Şengün's got it all tied up now for the Rockets. Reeves against Green. Pass to Hayes. Now here is Hachimura. Defense is right there. It's deflected and stolen by Şengün. Right there, the defender clearly trying to inhibit a fast break. I think that's a transition take foul. Rockets have made 3 free throws so far. Haven't missed any.
And their numbers from the line last season, they're good, just not great, about 77% as a team.
Şengün with a screen on Hachimura. From deep, Brooks. Knocked loose.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
LeBron, what a thing of beauty from James.
Oh, okay. I guess LeBron wanted that one to sting a little. He put a little extra on that one.
Van Vliet passes to Thompson. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Thompson's got 12.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Doncic, no good. Houston's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Thompson finds Green. Out to Brooks. Lets the 3 fly. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Brooks has got the lead up to 4 now for the Rockets. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. Here's Doncic. Doncic converts inside.
And inside, Luka knows the bucket is there, so he is willing to fight for it.
And it's Brooks in the corner. Green passes to Brooks. Kicks it out to Van Vliet. Some nice passing there by Houston. Lock at 6. From deep, Brooks. It's hauled in by LeBron. LeBron's got his 4th rebound in this one. You talk about reputations, RJ. Few have one like Dylan Brooks.
I'll give it to this man. He is fearless. He doesn't care if it's Steph, LeBron, his mom, whoever. Dylan is trying to get in their head. You want guys like that on your side.
Count it. He has 7.
There is no chance that this game is tied up without his offensive firepower.
For Houston, they've gone 3 of 7 on field goal attempts here in the second half. Now, here's Şengün. Covered by Hayes. Van Vliet can't get it to go. For Los Angeles, they've gotten 4 of their first 5 second-half shots to fall. 80% since the break. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for Houston. To the middle. Here's Thompson. And it's Thompson with the jam.
This one has been all about Amen Thompson, a freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Houston making some changes. Smith checked in for Şengün. Tari Eason comes in for Amen Thompson. And it's Whitmore in for Dylan Brooks. And Los Angeles making a change here as well. Finney Smith's checked in. Here's Van Vliet. And the layup is good. Van Vliet's got 11.
And unafraid to challenge the heart of this defense. Van Vliet's a strong finisher for his size.
On the wing, Doncic. Here's Finney Smith. He's covered by Eason. In the corner, it's James. Back to Finney Smith.
Rockets foul.
Los Angeles shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
Second team foul.
The first one falls. So for the Rockets, Steven Adams comes in for Cam Whitmore. And Aaron Holiday is subbed in for Fred Van Vliet. And then for Los Angeles, Vanderbilt's checked in for Jackson Hayes. Cadet comes in for LeBron. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Doncic. Holiday finds Smith. Left side Adams. Smith the pass to Green. Holiday, no one around him. From outside, off the mark. Lakers have gone 5 of 7 from the field in the 3rd quarter. Let's see if they can keep it up. Out left to the wing for the lead. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Adams, the bounce pass. 3rd quarter comes to a close, and a battle brings it to a tie. And when we return, we'll get the 4th quarter rolling. We've reached the 4th quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. The Lakers shooting has been outstanding in this game at 58%. And on the court for the Lakers to start the 4th. In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Good one out there with Shake Milton. And it's Finney-Smith in at center. On the wing, Holiday. Defended by Milton. Shoots the three. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. James has got 5 rebounds tonight. Hachimura kicks to Goodwin. Down low, Finney-Smith passes to Hachimura. A three-pointer off the mark. Rockets trail. Into the lane, and Whitmore throws it down.
And when he gets downhill, Whitmore is a force.
And the Lakers have possession. Out of bounds, Houston takes possession. The Rockets making a switch here. Van Vliet's checked in. Gabe Vincent, he's checked in for the Lakers. The way, Greg, they're sharing the ball tonight, mesmerizing.
Everyone's getting to touch it, and everyone's contributing.
Goodwin with the steal. Here's Vincent. Driving to the basket. And Cam Whitmore picks up the foul. That's his first foul. Aaron Holiday is checked in for the Rockets. And the Lakers also making a switch. Luka Doncic, he's checked in for Goodwin. And Fred Van Vliet is going to pick up the foul. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
Personal foul. 2nd team foul.
About a minute and a half through the 4th quarter now. Doncic passes to Hachimura. Just 5 to shoot. That's good from Doncic on the assist by Hachimura. And the Lakers lead by 3. And here's Holiday. Pass to Şengün. In the corner, it's Eason. Van Vliet kicks to Holiday. Smith sets the pick for Holiday. Inside. And Smith with the stuff.
And Smith is just so impressive, especially when he's working in that screen and roll.
James in the post. Eason on him. James absorbing hits on the drive.
And guys, all about hard work from this point on. They've worked hard to create that high-quality shot and then able to knock it down.
Out to the wing. Takes the three. And it's Finney-Smith with the rebound. Finney-Smith's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight.
In Europe, Doncic spent a lot of time as a primary ball handler. You see the craftiness there in terms of drawing fouls.
First one falls for the Rockets. Thompson, he's checked in for Jabari Smith. Brooks comes in for Tari Eason. And Jalen Green subbed in for Aaron Holiday. Houston moving it around. Now, here's Şengün. He's covered closely. Pass to Thompson. Van Vliet outside. Out to Thompson. Number 3. It's hauled in by Doncic.
You can't miss those, but even the best do on occasion.
James looking it over. LeBron going to work inside.
In the paint, LeBron James is capable of running right over the defender. That is athletic.
To the middle, here's Thompson, and Thompson throws it down.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points. Doncic passes to Finney-Smith. Hachimura against Brooks. Pass to Finney-Smith. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. Off on the layup.
Fantastic defense, giving full effort.
Thompson in the post. Defended by Vincent. Green kicks to Van Vliet. And it's Brooks in the corner. Kicks it out to Van Vliet. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. And so James will bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. So far in the 4th quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Thompson against Hachimura. Thompson comes with the double team. The three. Vincent misses. No room for them to make a mistake here.
You got to almost play perfect from here on out.
And the Lakers have possession. They lead by 4. It's, oh my goodness, the slam!
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Hams the three! 7 seconds left to play here in the fourth. And they commit an intentional foul. See another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
Had to foul, and on that occasion to stop the clock. That's the enemy in this situation.
And that's an intentional foul. It's the first, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. Now a timeout called by Houston. They're trailing by 4. Turning here to our analysts, what factors, guys, come to your mind?
And you know what? They're not ready to give up yet. They'll try to intentionally foul if they can get a quick hoop.
And stolen by James. And there's the intentional foul. No choice but to stop the clock here.
First personal foul. Team is in the penalty.
He drops the first one, and that puts them up by 5.
LeBron James. 2 shots.
Second one is good. Getting both at the line, and it's a 6-point ball game.
And that's curtains for him. Some really good work at the charity strike to close this one out.
And so the Lakers take the win. A narrow win under difficult circumstances, Greg. Thank you, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. And so for Richard Jackson.
This face-off at the center position tonight, Grant.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
And so let's take a look at the starters for the Denver Nuggets. Porter Jr. and Gordon make up the forwards. Pairing up in the backcourt, Murray and Brown. And it's Jokic in at center. So it's Denver now. Jokic is doubled. On the wing, Porter. Back to Murray. Pass to Jokic. Thompson with a steal. Van Vliet against Porter. Şengün passes to Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Thompson's vertical is impressive. I love seeing this young guard rise up and throw it down.
Gordon outside. Launches it. Knocks it down from distance.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Coach, another guy that symbolizes the rise of Canadian basketball, Jamal Murray. What an impact he's making.
Yeah, Brian, and I'd say even more than just making an impact. This Canadian guard can actually carry an offense on his own at times.
Now here's Gordon. Porter from outside. It's rebounded by Şengün. Green for three. They grab their own miss. And Şengün gets it to go.
Yeah, that's a nice hustle play, but boy, it drives a coach crazy to concede second chance points.
Gordon, the pass to Murray. Gordon with a screen on Van Vliet. Down low. Pass to Brown. The three. Denver the rebound. Puts up a three. Here's Jokic. No good. Not a friendly rim at all this trip down. Now let's send it over to Ali LaForce, who is able to talk with Ime Udoka.
As you might expect, he's got his hands full on how to deal with Nikola Jokic. Coach explained so much of their offense runs through him. He's always operating with the ball in his hands. We'll need to do our work early. Don't let him get comfortable when he has the ball. No doubt about it, the Joker is the cog in this offense. Brian?
Great work, Ali. Thanks. Now here's Gordon. Murray passes to Jokic. Fires from deep. Rebound by Van Vliet. Houston has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Thompson outside. Pass to Green. Here's Brooks. Back to Green. And here's Van Vliet. Thompson finds Brooks. No good with the triple. Here's Brown, guarded by Van Vliet. A shot by Brown, no good.
Well, they know he can finish at the rim, but the defense did just enough to force the miss.
Stan, we know Jokic is one of the best passers this game has ever seen at any position, but his teammates will dish it as well.
Yeah, the Nuggets, by and large, are very unselfish. It's part of their culture. They only bring in guys who are willing to sacrifice for the team's sake.
He got a piece of it.
And Porter Jr.'s teammates and coaches love when he hustles. When he does, he makes an impact on D.
And out of bounds, Houston will have it. And Houston making a change here. Smith's checked in. Watson, he's checked in for the Nuggets. Russell Westbrook comes in for Brown. 1:49 left to play in the first. Green, the pass to Van Vliet. Back to Green. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Thompson outside. On target from range. Thompson's got 5 points.
And this is big for Thompson's confidence. He needs to keep hitting from downtown.
Pass to Watson. There's 1:17 left in the first. Murray passes to Westbrook. Now here's Murray. Here's Watson. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Houston leading by 7. Thompson outside. Here's Smith, covered by Jokic. Back to Smith. Brooks outside. Green, the pass to Thompson. And here's Van Vliet. Now Brooks, defended by Watson. And it's Brooks missing.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Here's Westbrook. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Oh, unlimited energy. That's what Westbrook brings. No problems bouncing off contact.
Thompson with it. Guarded now by Watson.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
Well, that's too easy. As he says, let me add to my highlight reel.
Shot clock and game clock. 1 second differential. Offensive board. Outside Watson. Gordon left side. Murray up top. Pass to Westbrook. From deep. Yes, and it's Murray picking up the assist. Murray's got 3 assists in the game. And so the first quarter is in the books. It's Houston up by 4. And back to the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Rockets.
Well, they're in a great flow. The ball's moving. All those assisted buckets means the offense is running well.
And not only that, you like how they're turning defense into offense, forcing turnovers and capitalizing.
On the floor for Denver, getting going in the second. Hayden Watson is out there with Dario Saric. Then it's Michael Porter. Then there's Russell Westbrook. And it's Strother in at the shooting guard. And it's out of bounds. It's still Denver's ball. Najee, he's checked in for the Nuggets.
Number 22, Zeke Najee.
Pass to Watson. Back to Porter. To the wing, right side. Holiday against Westbrook. Eason with some nice D. Takes a three. Can't get it to go. Missed his first one.
Well, the defense catches a break there. You expect him to make those.
Here's Westbrook. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. That one on Şengün. All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys. But now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself or for his teammates.
Now here's Saric. Outside Porter. Pass to Westbrook. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Yeah, and the intensity Russ plays with is exceptional. When he goes hard inside, it forces the D to act.
And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or 2. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
Now here's Eason. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Eason, a screen on Porter. It's stolen by Saric. Back come the Nuggets on the run. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, similarities in the games of Alperen Şengün and Nikola Jokic. A couple years back, Jokic suggested that Houston run their offense more through him, and they have. Jokic said that's going to benefit the whole organization. He wants to pass and play for the team. They'll move when the ball is in his hands. Brian?
Well, Jokic would know. Thanks, Allie. Hits a three-pointer. Eason's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
Well, the defense gave that away. He's a skilled shooter who you have to contest at the arc.
Here's Whitmore outside. Watson with the rebound. Nuggets trail by 9. Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
And they get it back.
And putting his length to good work. Smith gets aggressive and finds the block.
Pass to Şengün. And here's Smith. Pounded by Westbrook. Clock at 6. That's good from Eason. On the assist by Şengün. Eason's got 6 in the quarter. Saric with it. Guarded by Smith. And Saric throws it down.
Yeah, few guys drop dimes like Westbrook. He has an innate talent for setting up shooters.
Pass to Whitmore. There's the triple. Rebounded by Denver. There's a minute 59 left in the second period. And the foul on Cam Whitmore. That's his first foul.
I have to admit, it's always a tough decision for the ref on the block charge call.
Houston making some changes. Thompson comes in for Smith. And Fred VanVleet is subbed in for Holiday. And a switch here also for Denver. Jamal Murray is checked in for Watson. Now here's Murray. He's scoreless. Pass to Brown. Here's Westbrook. Fires the 3. And again, it's Denver missing. Şengün passes to VanVleet. Here's Whitmore outside. Westbrook with the rebound. Nuggets trail by 10. On the wing, Murray, guarded by VanVleet. Brown passes to Porter. And then Porter with the dunk.
Being Porter Jr. is 6'10", you have to know where he is at all times, especially when he's lurking inside.
Pass to Thompson. Now Şengün. Can't connect from 13 feet out.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good look. Just couldn't find the mark.
They kick it out to Murray. Three-pointer. That shot off the mark. Houston leading by 8. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson, and they pick up 2. Thompson's got 7 points in the game.
You see there, Thompson does a good job of sneaking into the lane and finishing.
Pass to Şengün. Fires the 3. The rebound by Murray. Nuggets trail by 10. Driving inside.
He challenges the defender and throws it down with 2 hands.
Man, just straight power on that one. Clear the deck. Van Vliet against Murray. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Yeah, no question Van Vliet was going to find his man. He has excellent court vision.
Van Vliet against Murray. Here's Šarić. Yes, and it's Murray picking up the assist. Murray's got 4 assists in the game.
Well, he led him with the pass there, almost like a quarterback timing a route. That was impressive.
Back to Whitmore. And that'll do it for the first half of play. The Rockets on top, leading by 8. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
19.
We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. Well, you gotta like what we're seeing from Amin Thompson.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperen Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Here's Brown. Pass to Porter. And then Porter with the dunk.
Hey, kept it simple. No reason to get fancy right now, B.A.
Yeah, he's just looking to find shots and produce for his team. We'll stand in the highly competitive West. The Denver Nuggets continue to distinguish themselves.
Well, Brian, they are unquestionably a top team in their conference, and they're proof that smart front office decisions and patience really pays off in the long run.
Kept alive. Outside Porter. Here's Brown. Drives to the hoop, and he jams it home with authority.
Flying in with the one-hand slam.
That right there was a statement finish. Out left to the wing. Şengün finds Thompson. Back to Green from the arc. Rebounded by Denver.
Well, you can tell he thinks he should have had that one. Even harder on him when he's got a good look like that and it doesn't go down.
Yeah, nice touch from the big man. Gordon just burrowing himself into the paint and going to work.
The Rockets lead by 5. Van Vliet right side, and he lays it up and in.
And defensively, that's just not going to cut it.
And so Jokic will bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. And the call will be against Alperen Şengün. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
2 minutes into the second half of play now. Murray with it. Van Vliet covering. Porter from outside.
Nice defense right there from Green. I mean, he's making his presence felt.
Back to Brooks. Pass to Şengün. Brooks outside. Six on the shot clock. 4-3. Rebounded by Denver. Brown's got 4 rebounds now. Nuggets trail by 7. Thompson with a steal. Hey, he's now 6 for 6. He is cooking right now.
You know, inside is where Thompson excels, and the concentration allowing him to finish there.
Here's Porter. It's good. Porter's got 4 points now in the quarter. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, B.A., and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Hey, Brian, the Rockets showing improvement. Head coach Ime Udoka said, quote, when you rely on your young guys, you're constantly trying to instill habits that'll carry them for the rest of their careers. It's mistakes and tendencies you have to try to break continually. Just staying positive. We see glimpses of how close we can be.
All right, Allie, thanks for that. Nuggets trail by 9. On the take. Brown. Oh, a nice one-handed slam right there.
Good awareness by Murray. Sees a hole in the defense and feeds the guy ready to exploit it.
To the middle. Here's Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, a little exclamation point. Pass to Murray. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chance for one more at the line. That one on Şengün. And a new group getting ready for the Rockets. Adams checked in for Şengün. Smith comes in for Thompson. Eason's checked in for Brooks. And Holiday subbed in for Fred VanVleet. Watson, he's checked in for Denver. Westbrook comes in for Brown. Now here's Smith. Outside Eason. Pass to Adams. Back to Eason. Smith left side, just 4 to shoot. Green, the pass to Adams. Good. And the Rockets lead by 8.
Yeah, this is where Adams looks to score, especially when he has a matchup he likes.
Baseline jumper. Jokic grabs the board. Jokic has got his 6th rebound on the night. Watson with it, beyond the arc. Holiday grabs the miss. The Rockets lead by 8. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clock. Pass to Adams. And it's in there. Adams has gotten his 2nd bucket. Porter against Eason. Now here's Jokic. Adams grabs the miss. And here's Eason. Amin Thompson. He is feeling it tonight. And he's been the driving force for Houston. Hunting for opportunities. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammate. That is pretty.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this 4th quarter. On the court for the Nuggets, we've got Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook out there with Murray. Then it's Peyton Watson, and it's Šarić in at the 5, down low. Here's Murray, and it's Murray finishing it off.
Oh, explosive move. Sometimes Murray doesn't get enough credit for his athleticism.
Oh, the dunk by Smith.
And adds a few more points to their lead, showing off some style.
Wow, that was prime time stuff right there. That's tipped. Up top, Watson. Here's the 3. It's hauled in by Houston. A few possessions into the 4th. Just over a minute played. Whitmore goes in. Yes, and it's Şengün picking up the assist. Şengün's got 6 assists now in the game.
Yes, slashing toward the hoop. Whitmore not hesitating when he sees an opportunity.
Šarić shot is off. The Rockets lead by 12. And Jamal Murray picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. Houston making some changes. Williams is checked in for Whitmore. And Fred VanVleet is subbed in for Shepherd. Najee, he's checked in for the Nuggets. Gordon comes in for Watson. And Russell Westbrook gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Whitmore's checked in for Williams. We've gone about a minute and a half into this 4th quarter. Here's Eason. Knocks down the triple. And the Rockets lead by 15.
And you can see Smith has the vision. Now, it'll be interesting to watch that part of his game continue to develop.
Here's Murray going inside. And it's Murray finishing it off.
A dynamic finish, then decides to hang out a little for good measure.
Yep, that's the exclamation point right there. Murray against Van Vliet. Just 5 on the clock. Pass to Whitmore. Fires for 3. They get it again. The layup off target. Nuggets trail by 13. Here's Brown. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
Here's Şengün. Rebounded by Denver.
I mean, he's trying to shoot his way out of what's becoming a prolonged cold streak.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
The Nuggets have got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. Here's Murray. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. It goes on Fred Van Vliet.
You know, I just love the moxie Murray has to his game. He's so fast and supremely confident.
Houston making some changes. Thompson, he's checked in for Smith. Dylan Brooks comes in for Eason. And Jalen Green subbed in for Whitmore. Jokic is checked in for Denver. Porter Jr. comes in for Russell Westbrook. Pass to Brown. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. A minute 15 left in the fourth quarter here. Brooks against Porter. And it's thrown down hard with both hands.
Yeah, just showcasing his athleticism. When Brooks gets open space around the rim, he looks to throw it down with authority. Doing what he can to help shrink the deficit, but it has to be a team effort.
And so it's Van Vliet with it. He brings it up for the Rockets. They've got a 9-point lead. Thompson, that's good.
A confident shot from Amen. I mean, when he trusts his J, Thompson is that much more difficult to check.
Gordon outside. There's a minute 17 left in the final quarter. Pure from 3-point range. Brown's got 9 points now in the second half.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a 3-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Rockets.
And they got a huge boost from their reserves tonight.
Yeah, the point differential between the two benches was a deciding factor in this game.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Amen Thompson.
Well, bottom line, he was just unstoppable at times. Not much you can do when he's playing with that kind of confidence.
He was all over that pass. That's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, and you know they're tracking the tips and deflections because that tells you who's affecting the game.
Porter's shot is off. And the Rockets with possession here. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Van Vliet scanning the floor. Şengün, the screen. Outside for Brooks. From behind the arc. Rebounded by Denver. Ooh, poked away. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Brooks.
Denver ball. Substitution on the court.
It's stolen by Holiday. And so it's the Rockets taking care of business in this one. Even early on in this game, they appeared happy to be playing at home.
And it makes a huge difference. Once they started to get into a groove, you never really felt like they wouldn't come out on top.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, I'm Brian Anderson, thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And now let's take a look at our player of the game.
All the talk, Greg, leading up to this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. He's out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1 spot.
Yeah, and this is a tough one to figure out because Rui hitting the 3, that makes him really difficult to check.
Holmgren kicks to Dort. Some nice passing by Oklahoma City here. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. No good with the triple.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Thanks. Mark Dagnall and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Of course, they know they have their work cut out for them with LeBron on the court. He told me James hasn't really lost a step. He's a constant problem out there, so I'm ready to try anything, including just throwing extra bodies at him. Of course, that probably means some double teams in LeBron's immediate future. Guys?
All right, thank you, David.
Well, a lot of players in the league are going to make that shot, and for him, it's pretty much automatic. It's a good defensive effort to prevent the layup.
Now, here's Holmgren. Outside Williams. Back to Hartenstein. Count that one.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
Here's Doncic. The Thunder making the shot. Pass to Hachimura. No one near Reeves as he lets it go. A three-pointer, no good. In recent years, Brent, we've seen Oklahoma City turn into a contender simply by developing their own young talent.
Yeah, blocks on sticks, on bricks, on blocks, and that's what they've done. They have not signed a free agent, big-name guy. They've built from within. They've built an incredible roster by drafting well and fostering the growth of these young players, along with the coach who has given them a lot of belief. It's been pretty magical in OKC.
Now Hartenstein, following Hachimura's three-point attempt. Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. Taken away by Hayes. And it's Hachimura in the corner. Doncic against Williams. A nice shot by Doncic.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
And the basket by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
Well, he's going to just keep going now. That's early confidence for him.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
Dorian Finney-Smith checked in for the Lakers.
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Now about 3 minutes gone in the first quarter.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Up top, Reeves. Gilgeous-Alexander covering. And now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander, the fast break chance. And the Thunder, another three.
Well, if you're looking for a 3-and-D player, Dort plays D, and there's your 3.
And there's the call on Lou Dort.
First personal foul.
That's his first foul.
Second team
Alex
foul.
Caruso. He's checked in for Oklahoma City. Connect, he's checked in for the Lakers. That one good for 2. Doncic has got his second basket of the game.
Yeah, another nice bucket down low. They've really been able to work the ball into the post effectively here so far.
Now, here's Holmgren. He has yet to score. Williams for 3. It's rebounded by Hayes.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Just can't give LeBron any opening. If you do, you're torched.
Pass to Caruso. Over in the corner, Williams. And here is Caruso. Double team on Williams. Fires the 3. Connects from three-point range.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Lakers trail by 3. James looking around. In the corner, Finney-Smith with it. Pass to connect. Just 5 to shoot. He takes it in. Hayes. And the officials call over the back. A little too aggressive there.
I'm not sure what he thought he could get away with there. Pretty clear over the back.
Nothing wrong with being physical, but that's just over the top.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Williams, who's checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. And it's Isaiah Joe in for Dort. And then for the Lakers, Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes. Austin Reeves comes in for James. And Vincent subbed in for Luka Doncic.
Coming onto the floor for your Thunder, number 2, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Reeves with it. To the paint, here's Finney Smith. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Thunder lead. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Thunder.
Absolutely dialed in from beyond the arc so far in this one. The defense is surrendering the long-range shot here early on.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter. Up in the front court, the forwards are James and Vanderbilt. Austin Reeves out there with Vincent. And it's Finney Smith in at the 5. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an elite scorer. Coach Mark Daigneault said the sign of a good player is being a source of reliable offense. At the same time, he's learned to impact the game in other ways, and that's why he's a really good player. He's not just a hired gun scorer. Kevin?
Totally agree, D.A. He is a franchise cornerstone type of guy. And we thank you for the report. Pass to Caruso. Launches a 3. And again, no good by Oklahoma City. The Lakers trail. Gilgeous-Alexander comes with the double team. Vanderbilt inside. He's against Wiggins. James, the pass to Reeves. Shot clock at 6. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. James, no good.
Now that's just enough defensive pressure on him to throw off that shot. I bet he gets a good look at it next time and hits it.
And a wide open look here for Wiggins. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter.
Traditionally, that's how you want to finish the break, right at the rim.
Yeah, anything other than a layup in that situation, probably disappointing. Had numbers, took advantage.
And so it's Oklahoma City with it, following the bucket by the Lakers. And Jared Vanderbilt gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Hartenstein's checked in for Oklahoma City. Dort comes in for Isaiah Joe. And then for Los Angeles, Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. And it's Connect in for Vincent. Now here's Caruso. Dort kicks to Wiggins. And the 3 off target. Lakers have gone 2 of 4 shooting the ball here in the second. The offensive rebound. Hachimura, the pass to James. Gilgeous-Alexander against Reeves. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. And the Lakers lead by 3. Greg, you look at today's point guards, so many different types that can be effective.
And there's a lot more freedom for point guards to kind of explore the parameters of their game. Sometimes it's steady in an offense. Other times it's to ignite it.
Here's Dort after the basket by Los Angeles. Down low, it's stolen by Hachimura. Reeves against Gilgeous-Alexander. Reeves the pass to Finney Smith. Goes straight to the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul. He'll go to the line. That one on Gilgeous-Alexander. A different look for Oklahoma City. Chet Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. And Jalen Williams is subbed in for Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Lakers also making a change. Doncic is checked in for Austin Reeves. Now here's Holmgren. A Nothing on the board. Hartenstein with the screen for Holmgren. Pass to Williams. Holmgren against Hachimura. Here's Caruso. The Thunder with another miss.
And even though he didn't get a piece of that shot, you love the pressure he puts on the shooter.
Yeah, that's the kind of energy that you want to see on every possession throughout the game.
Now, here's Dort. Over in the corner, Caruso. Nets, the corner three. Caruso's got 6.
No way he's going to pass that shot up. The D is way too far back and relaxed in getting out on it.
Here's Connect. Holmgren with the steal. Now here's Caruso. Williams with a clean look, and the Thunder another 3.
Oh, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Doncic finds James. And the rejection by Holmgren.
Long 7-1 with that 7'6" wingspan. Holmgren can alter a block just about every shot in his vicinity.
And the Thunder making a switch here. Joe's checked in.
That's a very close call. I'm sure he thinks it's a clean block, but looks like it was on the way down.
Here's Joe. Still scoreless. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Dort passes to Holmgren. Dort kicks to Holmgren. Back to Dort. All alone. A rebound by the Lakers.
He loved to make them pay for giving up that wide-open jumper, just unable to do so.
Doncic. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Los Angeles on top. They lead by a bucket. We'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after our halftime. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. The lead is 2. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3. And that's who Mark Daigneault starts the second half.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Oklahoma City has gone past the three-point line for 13 of their shots. 6 of 13. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic. That is his first foul of the game. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
Gilgeous-Alexander's nothing if not a creator. Make that pass in his sleep.
Brett, it seems like throughout his career, Gilgeous-Alexander has an answer to whatever the defense might throw at him.
Well, the defenses don't have answers to stop him, Kevin. I know that. This guy is so quick with the basketball. He's so good at adapting on the fly with the ball, getting around the initial defender to make plays. Superstars have that quality. SGA has it in spades. Big trip to the line. He did not get all of them, but at least they hold the lead now.
Got a piece of it. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Dort. Shot clock at 3. Oklahoma City moving it around. LeBron with the block.
That one stings there. Hurts so much more to turn the ball over, especially with how tight the game is.
The Lakers in the lead. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. And here is Doncic. He's got 5. Doncic steps on the gas. Another shot. Hayes, no good.
We'll have a hard time shaking that one off. Perfect position, plenty of space. Just clanked it.
Holmgren with it. He's picked up by James. And a wide open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there. And James picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Now, Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got 6. Pass to Williams. Hartenstein up top. For the lead. It's blocked. On the wing, Reeves. Defended by Dort. Hachimura the pass to Doncic. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls it in. Oklahoma City trailing. And you can never really count out these Los Angeles Lakers, Greg, can you?
No, I really don't think you can. They battle out of the play-in tournament. They overcome obstacles, and they have tremendous willpower.
And there's the call on James. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. And Oklahoma City making a change here. Caruso's checked in. Outside, Dort. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot clock at 5. And a missed layup.
You know, altered shots don't show up on the official stat sheet, but as we saw there, he does a great job of doing that as well as collecting the rebound.
Oklahoma City's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Lays it up off the glass. Caruso's got 8 points.
Now, he's too good a finisher to blow that kind of chance, but that's going to be a wake-up call to the defense.
Doncic feeling it out. And Hayes throws it down.
There are only a few players who can hit a teammate like that in stride. Beautiful assist.
Caruso kicks to Dort. And the foul called on Austin Reeves. That is his first foul of the game. A different look for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. And Aaron Wiggins is subbed in for Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Lakers also making a switch. Finney Smith's checked in. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone only 1 of 6 in the field in the 3rd quarter. Not how they pictured the half started. Williams against LeBron. Lets it go with a 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City.
Not a way to get out of the funk. He needs to be looking for good, solid, more efficient shots. Not the wild one he took there.
Wiggins uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Thunder lead by 1. 3rd quarter here and 5 lead changes so far.
And guys, neither team has been able to pull away.
And J.J. Redick is called timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for Dort. And then for Los Angeles, Vanderbilt comes in for Hayes. And it's Hachimura in for James. Doncic against Caruso. Doncic kicks to Finney Smith. From deep, Reeves. Rebound by Williams. And here's Williams now. He'll bring it up for Oklahoma City. Since the second half started, they've only given up 3 points.
0 defense. You can't let a good shooter have the wide open 3.
The drive by Doncic. Good D by Williams. 5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Joe. Williams, a screen on Reeves. Back to Williams. Now Joe. Driving inside. Nice D from Doncic. Reeves with it. Up in time. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. The 3rd quarter comes to a close. Thunder lead by 4. 3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the 4th. Oklahoma City leading by 4. So for the Lakers right now, in it forward for them, it's James and Hachimura. Gabe Vincent is out there with Goodwin, and it's Finney Smith in at the pivot spot and in the middle. Back to Joe. Clock at 6. Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He's covered closely. Lakers trail by 4. LeBron is screen on Williams. Here's Finney-Smith. The Thunder pull it in.
He lacks defense there. He's going to see fewer and fewer chances if he can't bury those kind of jumpers.
Jackson Hayes, he's checked in for Hachimura.
Lakers substitution.
And it's the Thunder with the ball.
Jackson Hayes.
It's Joe on the wing. Pass to Caruso. A three-pointer. Wiggins trains the three-pointer. Wiggins has got the lead up to 7 now for Oklahoma City.
That's one of the best three-point shooters. You've got to try to scramble the Jets right here and get that guy off the sweet spot.
James in the post. Defended by Caruso. The Thunder leading by 7. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Wiggins. Wiggins sets a screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. Wiggins finds Joe. Just 3 to shoot. Here's Caruso. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. James in the post. Covered by Joe.
Got to be careful once LeBron breaks the seal of the free throw line. There's a lot of power and a lot of muscle coming at you. Usually it ends up with free throws.
LeBron James.
He's off on the boot. And a new group in here for the Thunder. Hartenstein's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Aaron Wiggins. Jalen Williams is checked in for Alex Caruso. And it's Dort in for Isaiah Joe. Here's Hartenstein. Pass to Williams. Here's Holmgren. Yes, that goes in. And the Thunder lead by 8.
And looking to get stronger, Holmgren fights through the bump. Tons of time for him to grow into that frame.
Second team foul.
And we're around 2 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Here's Vincent. Gilgeous-Alexander covering. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That will get him his 4th foul of the game.
And the next one puts him in the bonus.
And the Lakers making a change here. Doncic is checked in.
Luka Doncic.
And so it's the Lakers with it. 8-point game.
And the wingspan coming into play for SGA, just getting on top of that one.
Doncic with it. He's picked up by Gilgeous-Alexander. To the middle. Finney-Smith can't get it to go. Oklahoma City's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Dort wide open. The long distance three is buried. And now an 11-point Thunder lead.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
They're pretty infectious right here, guys. In good spirits and percentages from downtown on the rise in the second half.
Time running out for the Lakers. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Offensive rebound. Pass to Hayes. Here's Goodwin. And the Lakers with another miss. Oklahoma City's gotten off 4 3-pointers in the final quarter, and 2 of them have fallen. Wasted no time on that one.
So many of the plays they're running designed to create opportunities from deep.
And I don't know how they keep doing this, but every time down, the resulting possession ends up at the three-point line and a fairly efficient shot attempt at that.
And here is James after the three-pointer from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Good D by Gilgeous-Alexander. The Thunder leading by 14. And there is a whistle, and that's going to go on Jackson Hayes. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Holmgren the pass to Williams. Back to Holmgren. Outside, Dort. 5 to shoot. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Hartenstein can't get it to go.
And these are the types of games where one team clearly has the edge. Tonight, it will be a win by a large margin for the Thunder.
Starting five must have been happy to get so much help from the reserves in this game.
And they not only lightened the load, the subs did nothing less than guarantee a win.
A very solid win indeed. And when you check out the box score, there were some great numbers for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Guys, I just felt he was tremendous tonight. His energy infected his teammates and the wrecking ball on both ends.
Dort with the ball, now defended by Goodwin. Hartenstein passes to Williams. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Gilgeous-Alexander against Doncic. So no problem for Oklahoma City as they get the win. They poured it on tonight. Dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved it.
both of these rosters, Clark. How do you see that impacting the game?
Well, BA, it's going to lead to some high-level basketball. You got a roster full of high IQ players. They know what it takes to get W's. I'm very much looking forward to this matchup because of that.
Here are the 5 for the Lakers. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Jackson Hayes is out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1.
Well, you know, this is what happens. You can't afford to lose concentration even for a nanosecond.
Outside Porter. Pass to Brown. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Gordon. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
And Gordon's jumping ability, combined with his reach, make him a difficult matchup for any defense, especially when he's operating in the post.
Now here's Doncic. Hachimura. He's off on that one. Good work defensively by Gordon. And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Club.
Yeah, it really has, BA, and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find. Boy, I'm absolutely shocked he didn't get that one to go. Usually he's money from deep.
Here's James. Lays it up and banks it in.
That defense has to worry so much about LeBron as a passer that it opens things up for his jump shot.
And it's Jokic off the drive, and a nice finish on the layup.
He's taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Now here's Reeves. Out to James. No good from outside. Here we go, one-on-one. Jokic against James. Jokic passes to Gordon. And here's Porter. They kick it out to Murray. Launches a 3. Got a piece of it. To the inside. Gordon with a steal. Fast break. Here we go. Porter's shot is off. The Lakers trail. First quarter of basketball. Just over 2.5 minutes played so far. James inside, defended by Murray. The shot by James, no good. And so Jokic will bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. The 3 is up. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
That high release of the Joker, if you're defending him, you better stay home.
Clark, when it comes to someone like Aaron Gordon, it seems like he makes at least one jaw-dropping play every night.
Well, when you've got that kind of special athleticism, BA, you can do that. You can make highlight-type plays just by virtue of your activity and giftedness as an athlete, but he's become a heck of a basketball player, too. You always knew the athleticism was there, the energy was there, the work rate was there, but now you're seeing the skill develop. I love watching him work.
First one falls for him. Clark, it's been great to see the Nuggets as a perennial powerhouse these past few years.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you get a guy like Nikola Jokic. I mean, he's a game changer, and what a joy to watch. Took a long time for them to finally get to the place where they could win that first title, but usually teams don't become champions overnight. It's a process. Now everybody's scared of him.
Now here's Westbrook. And a miss there on the triple. 1:24 left in the first quarter. And here's Connect outside. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic. It's all knotted up.
A go-to shot for Connect. You know, he takes pride in burying these long-range missiles.
Westbrook left side. Pass to Watson. Now here's Westbrook. Not a lot of room. Comes up empty down low. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 6 to open up this game. James inside. He's against Watson. And there's a 3-second violation for the Nuggets. Saric comes in for Jokic. And it's Michael Porter in for Gordon. The Nuggets have gone only 3 for 9 from the floor. Saric outside. Outside Watson. Puts up a 3. Saric shot is off. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Here's James. And that misses. That would have put him up.
This has not been his best quarter.
You know, guys, it seems to me as though he's over anxious. He seems to be pressing, trying too hard, moving too fast. Just needs to calm himself down and wait for good shots.
Reeves, the pass to Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt slams it in.
Getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there.
Boy, the guys on the bench loving every minute of that
one. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. Lakers ahead. They lead by a bucket. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. What do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
Well, it's simple. When you can dominate the boards at both ends, you can control the second chance touches.
And, you know, their rebounding advantage has been glaring, simply outworking them on the boards for that entire first quarter.
And so in the game for the Lakers, we've got Jarrett Vanderbilt. Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. Then it's Connect, and it's Finney Smith in at the 5. Doncic against Westbrook. Count the basket.
You know, one of the things about Westbrook that has always been evident, his incredible motor, especially when he's heading to the rack.
Here's Doncic. Nice finish from Luka.
He just brings a great feel for the game at the offensive end.
Nuggets trail by 4. Saric is screen on Doncic. Westbrook pass to Saric. Westbrook against Doncic. Good D by Doncic. And here are the Lakers. Reeves finds Doncic. An open look for Vanderbilt. And Russell Westbrook pulls it down. So it's Denver now, from undrafted to closing games with LeBron and AD. Austin Reeves, what a story, Clark.
It really is a great story. I mean, this guy has just continued to prove the doubters wrong. Nobody's going to outcompete him. He's fearless. He's got great skill. Doesn't lack for confidence either. He's one of my favorite players to watch.
Porter's shot is off.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Doncic deciding where to go with it. Oh, Luka playing grown man ball inside.
Luka uses his body to create space and then finds the inside look.
Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Going inside, and Connect gets it to go on the assist from Doncic. And it's an 8-point Laker lead.
And the defense no factor, which is why he simply laid it in.
Over to the left wing, Strother. The three-pointer off the mark. The Lakers have gone a terrific 4 of 5 here in the second quarter. And here's Reeves outside. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
And they blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance at another one at the stripe.
And, you know, when you foul Porter Jr., you better foul him like you mean it, or it'll be an and one, just like it was there.
Well, Clark, as we know, player comparison is a popular exercise among fans and analysts alike.
Yeah, I've never really ascribed to that, but in this day and age, I think it's even more unfair to do so because the game has changed tremendously. I mean, three-point attempts and scoring averages are way north, in large part because of the pace of play. So the game has changed, and that means when you're comparing players, it's a little harder to do in a fair manner.
Watson, he's checked in for the Nuggets. Doncic against Westbrook. Doncic passes to Hachimura.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Here's Brown.
2 minutes.
Still without a bucket. There's a minute 54 left to play in the first half. Watson with it, picked up by James, and it's Watson missing. Los Angeles leading by 7. Now, here is James. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Clark, what's incredible about LeBron, he makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
BA, I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing, how he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman, and he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks, inspiring along the way.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
And it's Hachimura on the drive. James deciding where to go with it. Back to Finney-Smith. The shot's good on the assist by James. Finney-Smith's got his first points of the game.
James continues to impress with his passing. I think that's his greatest attribute. Outstanding assist there.
Pass to Najee. Back to Murray. Now here's Westbrook. Here's Najee. Hachimura covering. Lets it go from deep. The shot by Najee, no good. Let's see if they want to go 2 for 1 here, Grant.
Hey, looking at the clock, I'd say yes.
Benson can't hit. Nuggets trail by 8. And here's Westbrook from the arc. The offensive rebound. Pass to Murray. Back to Westbrook. Goes back up. The Lakers with a rebound. Doncic has got 4 rebounds in the game. To the paint. Now to Hachimura from behind the arc. It's hauled in by the Nuggets. Jokic with it. And so it's Los Angeles finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. They've done a great job containing Westbrook. And with his explosiveness, that is not an easy task. We'll be right back with you shortly. And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. So it's Los Angeles now. You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Boy, it sure is, B.A. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so when you're playing in the glitz and glamour of L.A. and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers.
Brown and Porter Jr. are the 2 and the 3. Gordon and Jokic together in the middle. And it's Murray in at the point. That's the group in the game for the Nuggets. Clark, you look at Denver's lineups. They have a lot of size on this team.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's kind of the polar opposite of small ball, B.A. I mean, with Jokic in the middle and a lot of length on the wings and in the backcourt, too, this is a growing trend in the league as I see it. Got to stay active when Gordon's out there. I mean, his ability to make something out of nothing is huge for this team.
Murray against Doncic. Hachimura with a screen on Murray. From deep, here's Doncic. Rebounded by Denver. Porter looks it over. Right wing. Jokic against Hayes. Pass to Brown. Fires for 3. And no good. The Lakers lead by 9. For 3, James. Gordon pulls it in. Gordon's got 4 rebounds now. Porter, the pass to Murray. Gordon outside. From outside the arc. The shot by Brown, no good.
Defense dodged a bullet that time. Total breakdown.
And here's Doncic outside. It's hauled in by the Nuggets. Gordon's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Brown. He's covered by Reeves. Brown passes to Gordon. Porter with a screen on Hayes. 5 on the clock. Pass to Gordon. On the wing, Murray. Inside. Here's Brown. For 3, Gordon. hits the trifecta. Gordon's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Well, I like the confidence here. Gordon is excellent at realizing when he has room to shoot, even before he has the ball. That's what we call seeing a play ahead.
Right side Reeves. Hachimura with a screen on Gordon. Here's James. LeBron, a smooth operator inside.
His overall size and strength really sets James apart from the rest of his peers when you think about his skill set inside.
Jokic with a screen on Doncic. Here's Murray. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. It's going to go on Jackson Hayes.
Exactly. The defense determined not to allow the easy layup right there. They'll settle for making him earn the free throws.
Westbrook, he's checked in for Brown. And the Lakers also making a switch. Finney Smith's checked in.
He's as solid as it gets from the line. I mean, give him the opportunity. He's cashing in on those.
Murray against Doncic. Beyond the arc. Outside Reeves. There's the triple. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Porter. 1:56 left in the third. And down it goes. 2 points. Doncic has got 8 points.
And, you know, coaches will take possessions like that all day long. Phenomenal use of the screen there.
Westbrook finds Gordon. Launches it. The Nuggets with another miss.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on.
Doncic against Murray. Off target at the rim. Nuggets trail by 8. Man, was there a guy more fit to run that 2023 team than Murray?
I don't think so, Brian. I mean, think about what Murray did. After coming off an ACL injury, he leads them to the finals, along with Jokic and the rest of his teammates, and he went off in every playoff series. Tough shots, clutch shots, timely shots. Incredible stuff by Jamal Murray.
From deep, Reeves drops in the 3. He's got 6.
Not sure what the defense was thinking. I mean, you can't leave this guy open from deep.
Murray, and stolen by Reeves. Now the Lakers moving it up. Hayes, the pass to Reeves. And here's James. Knocked loose. Ooh, stolen by Westbrook. And Westbrook slams it home.
And, you know, that time Westbrook showing you just how effective he is on both ends. I love his hustle and energy and relentlessness on the court.
Doncic against Murray. Pass to Finney Smith. The 3, James. The rebound by Murray. And Gordon has got the ball here for Denver. 16 seconds left in the third quarter. Murray with it. Now Doncic defending. Westbrook into the lane. And Westbrook slams it home.
Oh, just an artful little reverse slam.
Power and style. That was sweet.
Outstanding awareness and a terrific finish.
And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. The hustle they've shown on. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Just a selfless decision from your 2-guard, showing his ability to get his teammates good looks.
Yeah, and as a 2-guard, he's typically not a reluctant shooter, so it was really nice to see him orchestrating for a teammate instead.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. On the court for the Lakers to start the fourth. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Connect is out there with Gabe Vincent. And it's Finney Smith in at center, filling out the middle.
Really good pass from Finney Smith. He understands that you can't squeeze that orange if you got somebody ready to catch and shoot.
Saric, the pass to Watson. Murray inside. He's covered by Vincent. Murray, shot is good.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
Here's Vincent. It's hauled in by Saric. Nuggets trail by 8. Westbrook, the pass to Saric. Here's Brown. He's covered by Vincent. On the wing, Murray. Back to Watson. Here's Brown. Sinks the tray.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
James outside. And the ball out of play. The Nuggets will have it. Gordon, he's checked in for the Nuggets.
Substitution on the court.
For Denver, they've gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. Murray from outside. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got 6 rebounds in the game. Los Angeles leading by 5. And the call will be against Dario Saric. That's his first foul. Nikola Jokic is checked in for Denver. Porter Jr. comes in for Russell Westbrook. Reeves is checked in for Los Angeles. Doncic comes in for Milton. Back to Doncic. Ooh, stolen by Murray. Out left to the wing. Pass to Brown. Outside Murray. And here's Gordon. He's defended by Hayes. 4-3. Brown's shot is good. Brown's got 6 in the quarter. And a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for the Nuggets.
Really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
And they've also been so active defensively, getting deflections, forcing turnovers, and scoring off of them.
Jokic with a screen on Doncic. Murray passes to Jokic. Back to Murray. Now here's Porter. And here's Gordon from the arc. Doncic pulls down the board. Los Angeles leading by 4. Here's Hachimura. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. No good on that one.
Second team foul. Shooting for Los Angeles.
And he can't hit the second. And stolen by Hayes. James outside. Outside Reeves. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by James.
I'm not sure whose fault that was, guys, but they need to get on the same page here.
Just about 3 minutes through the fourth and final quarter here. Back to Murray. And stolen by Reeves. From deep, here's Doncic. Porter pulls it in.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Here's Jokic. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's on Rui Hachimura.
Well, I love how crafty Jokic is. You know, he basically baits defenders into committing the foul once he gets deep position.
He knows just how important these shots are, and he makes them count.
Murray against Doncic. Pass to James. Back to Doncic. On the wing, Hachimura. 6 to shoot. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. This one for 3. Nikola Jokic grabs the miss. Jokic has got his 5th rebound in this one. Out to the wing. Here's Brown. Outside for Porter. Pass to Gordon to take the lead. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. They've led by as many as 11. Here's James. Good work defensively by Gordon. The Nuggets on offense. A big stretch here going. 10-2. Screen by Gordon. Porter against James. Porter pass to Gordon. Back to Porter. Murray for 3. And nails the tray.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game. Yes.
Doncic against Murray. Doncic right side. Doncic punches it home.
That's why you give him the rock. Doncic deserves the ball because he can deliver in the clutch.
Lakers foul. Luka Doncic. That's his second personal foul. Second team foul.
Ooh, he knocks down the clutch free throw.
Jamal Murray. 2 shots.
And so he's good on both free throws, and that gives him a lead.
Cool and collected, making them count under pressure.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. All right, guys, how do you see him managing the next possession?
It's always interesting to see what play a coach has saved for a situation like this.
And we call those ATOs, or plays run after a timeout. They often make the difference in a game.
Pass to Reeves. Hachimura from long range. He's off from 3. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far. Bonus situation in effect, so we'll head to the line for 2. He gets the first, and that'll put him up 2. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right, thoughts on what coach is going to do here?
Well, they have to go for the foul here, and the faster the better. You can't...
Hey, there's never a good time to slip up like that, but especially with the game still hanging in the balance.
Shooting a technical. Jamal Murray.
When you've got your opponent down, don't let him up. This one's all but over.
Fires from deep. No good. So it's the Nuggets taking the W in a close one. This one was in the balance right until the final second. Allie, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson thanking you all.
championship teams, Greg, out here in the Western Conference going head-to-head.
And, Kevin, they know each other well. They expect to meet potentially in the postseason, and I would expect a playoff atmosphere tonight.
Now let's take a look at the Nuggets opening lineup. Sharing the wing spots, it'll be Brown and Porter Jr. The 4 and the 5, it's Gordon and Jokic. And it's Murray in at the point guard. And it's the Nuggets ball. On the wing, Gordon. Defended by Holmgren. Holmgren against Gordon. Just 5 on the clock. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Doris, do you think the Oklahoma City Thunder has the best young core in the NBA?
Well, they are absolutely loaded with talent, Kevin. Not only that, they fit together. Now they've got a perennial MVP because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has inserted himself into the best player in the game conversation and a rising star in Chet Holmgren. Look out.
Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Right side, Williams. And it's out of bounds. Oklahoma City able to retain possession.
Gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
But a really good read on his part, being disruptive at the defensive end right now. Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. Murray, the pass to Jokic. Poked away.
Well, this is what you call your big man playing big. Terrific work on the glass.
Williams kicks to Holmgren. Some nice passing by Oklahoma City here. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. That doesn't go, and he's 0 of 1 from the field. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Thanks. Mark Dagnall and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Now the obvious concern is Nikola Jokic, particularly as a playmaker. Coach told me if Jokic goes off for 40 himself, we can still win if we hold his teammates down. But that's tough when he's hitting those guys in their favorite spots. Kevin?
Thanks, David.
Being ready on the catch, such an important skill, and Luke Dort's confidence really starting to grow.
Murray down low. Gilgeous-Alexander covering. Pass to Jokic. Here's Brown. On the wing, Gordon. Jokic passes to Brown. Jokic kicks to Gordon. Off target from outside. Thunder have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Dort misses. The Nuggets trail. Gordon goes in. Brown, the pass to Gordon. Jokic against Holmgren. Second chance shot. And it's Jokic missing. Oklahoma City's gone just 1 of 4 from three-point range here in the first. Well, DB, it didn't take long, did it, for Holmgren to live up to his draft status?
Holmgren, Kevin, was an immediate impact player on both ends of the floor. At his size, to be able to shoot with range and the rim protection he provides, it was absolutely worth the wait for his team. This young man has got a toughness that has shocked even me.
Murray with it. He's picked up by Holmgren. Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
And running offense through Holmgren. Great court awareness and really unselfish.
The kick out to Porter. In the corner, it's Gordon. Back to Porter. For 3, Murray. Again, the miss by Murray. The Thunder with the lead. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Dort. Now Williams beyond the arc. To the wing right side. And now the Nuggets. Fast break. Ahead. Here's Gordon. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
Well, what you love about Aaron Gordon, he's got strength, athleticism, and a high motor. This guy can make tough shots.
And a new group in here for the Thunder. Williams, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Aaron Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. Alex Caruso, he's checked in for Jalen Williams. And it's Isaiah Joe in for Dort. Caruso, a screen on Gordon. Wiggins passes to Caruso. And pushing it up, here's Denver. Here's Saric. Pass to Gordon. Back to Saric. Here's Watson. The Thunder pull it in. Joe with it. Back to Wiggins. 1 second left. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. That's the end of the first quarter and not much scoring. It remains close. Nuggets lead by 1. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far in the scoreboard. All right, well, look at how the hustle game has been going for the Nuggets.
Right off the bat, they're going after the ball, looking to jump into the passing lanes and create some steals in transition.
They've also done a really good job taking advantage of miscues. Their defense has been stifling in this one.
Aaron Wiggins is out there with Alex Caruso. Then it's Williams. Then there's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Joe in at the shooting guard. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder. And it's all said and done. Jokic, Greg, is going to be the Nuggets' career leader in many categories.
And he's already their franchise leader in rebounds, assists, triple-doubles, and playoff points, and many other advanced stats as well.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
Denver making a switch here. Brown's checked in. Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
Caruso kicks to Gilgeous-Alexander. Wiggins sets a screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. Yep, that one goes.
Yeah, teams will try to get physical with SGA, but make sure you understand that wiry frame is big-time strong.
Porter against Caruso. Here's Brown. Still without a basket. 6 to shoot. Back to Porter. Caruso with the steal. Here's Wiggins driving to the basket.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
Boy, in a tight game like this, that can change the whole tone. It helps your opponent get into a little bit of a rhythm.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein comes in for Williams. And it's Dort in for Isaiah Joe.
At the arc, Murray is all business, knocking down a confident shot.
The wide open look here for Hartenstein. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Gilgeous-Alexander against Westbrook. Outside, Porter takes the three. Dort grabs the miss. The Thunder have gone 2 of 4 shooting the ball here in the second. Wiggins left side. Back to Caruso. And it's Hartenstein in the corner. 4 on the clock. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. Denver's gone 1 of 4 from three-point range in the second. Not a whole lot dropping out there for them. And here's Westbrook from the arc. Nice defense from Dort. And so it's Dort with it. He brings it up for the Thunder. Trailing by 2. Wiggins finds Hartenstein. Porter with the steal. Going inside and finished off by Porter.
But when Porter is attacking, the defense is in trouble. Have to respect his ability to put it on the floor.
Caruso against Westbrook. Dort passes to Wiggins. The Thunder with another miss. The Nuggets leading by 4. 1:33 left to play in the first half. It's Porter outside, bangs home the trifecta. Porter's got 8.
And a smooth shooting stroke off the catch. Porter clearly excels in those situations.
Hartenstein passes to Gilgeous-Alexander. And that one's good, Caruso.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Chet Holmgren, he's checked in for the Thunder. Williams comes in for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Denver also making some changes. Jokic comes in for Charlotte, and it's Aaron Gordon in for Russell Westbrook. What's great about Jokic, GA, is he can put up MVP numbers, and he's got a little personality to him, doesn't he?
He does. You can tell he just loves life. He loves everything he does, especially when he's on the floor, making his teammates better.
Dort kicks to Caruso, and Aaron Gordon gets the whistle that time. That is his first foul of the game.
17 foul.
Pass to Holmgren. Oklahoma City moving it around. Caruso finds Holmgren. From outside, off the mark. The Nuggets leading by 6. Outside, Gordon. Porter against Dort. Murray outside. Porter passes to Jokic. It's stolen by Hartenstein. 5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. And here's the fast break. Jokic leading the way. Here's Porter. It's rebounded by Hartenstein. Hartenstein's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Williams passes to Hartenstein. Now here's Holmgren. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call. Just 4 seconds left now here in the second. Brown, the Nuggets with another miss. And so it's the Denver Nuggets with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. And they're winning the turnover battle very easily in this one. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to... All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll. They're measuring up the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. One guy who's been getting it done is Michael Porter.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column? Through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
Taking a look at the Nuggets, the 4 and the 5. It's Gordon and Jokic. Sharing the wing spots, it'll be Brown and Porter Jr. And it's Murray in at the 5. Well, the ascension of Jalen Williams-Dort has been swift and very fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely, Kevin. He became very quickly in his second season a number 2 option and frankly borderline 1A option. And it's not just his offensive game, Kevin. This guy has become a stout defender. He's got the perfect NBA frame and he fits in personality-wise.
Williams kicks to Holmgren. Back to Williams. Pass to Dort. 5 on the clock. Good on the shot. Dort's got 5 now.
Well, Dort touched the paint, and he was immediately thinking score.
Hartenstein against Jokic. Inside. Holmgren with the steal. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, thanks. Chet Holmgren has a slender frame, but he's determined to still protect the rim. Coach Daigneault said he'll get dunked on 10 straight times if that's what the game calls for. He paused and then added, he won't actually get dunked on 10 straight times. He's going to get a couple of those too. Kevin certainly will.
I agree. You know, David, he is fearless. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. And here is Holmgren. To the inside. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
I love when Shea does not just settle for a layup. Finish with authority. What a pretty dunk.
Murray looking around. Pass to Brown. Good, and the assist goes to Murray. Murray's got 3 assists in the game.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Here's Hartenstein. Good defense by Jokic.
Boy, in that close, he's almost automatic. Boy, that's pretty good defense. Wow.
Porter dishes to Gordon. Back to Porter. Excellent D there from Williams.
And the way he was able to reach out towards that release had an impact.
Well, no question. He altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking.
The D just sagged off just enough, and no hesitation on his part.
Pass to Brown.
2 minutes.
Left side, Porter. Gilgeous-Alexander with the steal. Back to Dort. Now Hartenstein. And the call up against Jokic. That is his first foul of the game. Alex Caruso checked in for Holmgren. And Denver with a change here too. Westbrook's checked in. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Westbrook picks him up. And that's a foul called on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That's foul number 2 for him. For the Thunder, Williams comes in for Isaiah Hartenstein. And Aaron Wiggins is subbed in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Gordon a screen. Westbrook kicks to Murray. The Nuggets with another miss.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And Greg, something that is so important to this team, Jamal Murray's shot creation.
It is, Kevin. He creates so much with the ball or off of it. The work he puts in on offense frees up everything for his teammates. Great competitor who's really a perfect fit with this sport.
Back to Wiggins. 55 seconds left to play in the third. Pass to Williams, and the officials call him for a 3-second violation.
Boy, not on the same page there, and in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for the Thunder. And then for Denver, Sharch checked in for Aaron Gordon. And it's Peyton Watson in for Murray. Westbrook passes to Jokic. Back to Westbrook. Denver passing it around. Pass to Watson. 6 on the shot clock.
And you can see he just didn't get squared up with his feet.
Zeke Naji, he's checked in for the Nuggets.
First team foul. Into the lineup for the Nuggets, number 22.
On defense, the Thunder. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
He may not be the, quote, pure point guard in the traditional sense, but the passing game of Russell Westbrook is so impactful.
Christian Brown's checked in for Dario Saric. Wiggins, right side. Over in the corner, Caruso. Wiggins outside. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Aaron Wiggins.
The Thunder shooting their second and third free throws tonight. No good on that one. And he sinks the second. Just 4 seconds left to play here in the third. And we've reached the end of the third. Nuggets ahead, up by 5. And for 2K Sports, we'll be back here at Paycom Center right after this. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Isaiah Joe is out there with Gilgeous-Alexander. Then it's Wiggins. Then it's Williams. And it's Caruso in at the small forward position. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder. It's Joe on the wing. From deep. Saric grabs the board. And so Westbrook will bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. Leading by 5. Saric passes to Westbrook. Sinks the triple. Westbrook's got the fourth quarter going with the first basket of the period here for Denver.
Well, Russell Westbrook wants to keep the defense honest, so he'll make just enough three-point shots to do exactly that. Well, deliver the pass where your teammate can do something with it. Nice.
And here's Westbrook. Pass to Brown. Watson with it. Now defended by Wiggins. Brown the pass to Westbrook. Off target from three-point range. They're trailing by 6. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
Boy, and not just the aggression, the ability to get to the rim, but how about the finish with intention? Oh.
Here's Caruso. Misses the 3. The Nuggets leading by 4. The 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. And he slams it one-handed.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Well, credit him for going for it, not settling, saying, I'm going to attack.
Saric finds Murray. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. And the Thunder making a switch here. Dort's checked in. And then for Denver, Zeke Naji comes in for Saric. And Gordon subbed in for Peyton Watson. Oklahoma City's gone 0-3 so far in the 4th quarter from long range. They get a hand on it. Westbrook with the steal. With the drive. And Westbrook throws it down hard.
Westbrook demands the basketball and says, I got you, fellas. The big-time delivery.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams a screen on Murray. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Williams. It's rebounded by Naji. Denver leading by 4. Westbrook with it. To the middle. Gordon the pass to Naji. The 3-ball. Kept alive. The kick out to Westbrook. Here's Brown. That 3 off the mark. For Oklahoma City, they've gone 3 of 7 from the floor in the 4th. That's a 42% mark in the quarter. Pass to Caruso. That falls. Nice feed that time from Wiggins.
Confident and composed on the three-point shot at a critical junction.
Now here's Gordon. Here's Brown. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Dort against Westbrook. Pass to Caruso. Here's Dort. Back to Caruso. Clock at 6. To take the lead. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. They get Russell Westbrook.
To me, that's where the frame of Lou Dort helps, right? He's so big and strong from the guard position, he can take contact.
For the Thunder, Hartenstein's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins, and it's Williams in for Alex Caruso. Jokic is checked in for the Nuggets. Porter comes in for Russell Westbrook. Gilgeous-Alexander against Murray. Shoots from 12. Here's Holmgren. It counts.
And that one sends the bench into a frenzy.
I'll tell you, these guys have worked so hard together. Everyone same direction. Beautiful to watch.
5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Porter finds Jokic. Good! And tie game. That is a huge basket right there.
Calm and collected in the game's biggest moments. You can rely on Jokic when you need a basket.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. No good from three-point territory. And regulation now complete. We will go to overtime. Don't go. Glad to have you with us as we get going in overtime. Neither team giving an inch in this one. The forwards are Porter Jr. and Gordon to his side. In at the guard spots, it's Murray and Brown. And it's Jokic in at the 5. And Gilgeous-Alexander the bucket on the assist by Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander's got the first points here in the overtime period for the Thunder. Kicks it out to Gordon. Pass to Jokic. Here's Brown. Defended by Dort. On the clock. And the rejection by Holmgren.
Already set the Summer League record for blocks in his first game. Holmgren, one of the best young shot blockers in the league. Really crisp, intelligent passing to make that basket blossom. They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
To the paint. Here's Jokic. Got a piece of it. And he recovers it. Here's Brown. Banked in off the glass.
Well, what a job. Punching the ball to the interior and finishing in the paint. Nice.
Porter with the steal. Here's Brown. Defended by Dort. Some nice ball movement by the Nuggets. And it's Jokic missing. Oklahoma City leading by 3. Dort with the ball. Now guarded by Porter. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's going to be on Jokic.
Boy, that's a savvy move by Lou Dort on the inside. Gets himself the whistle.
So he gets them both, and it's a 5-point game.
Yeah, 2-possession game now after knocking both of those down.
Pass to Jokic. Here's Brown. Murray for 3. Here's Jokic. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
And not easy defending Jokic. His height puts the defense in a tight spot. They just slipped up there.
And the second of 2 is good. That shrinks the margin to just 4.
Listen, they're still right in this thing. Missing that free throw, though, keeps this a 2-possession deficit.
Porter with it. He's picked up by Gilgeous-Alexander. Wide open look here for Murray. Nailed from three-point land.
Such a clutch shooter. This guy lives for these kinds of moments and delivers.
Out to Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside, Dort. Inside. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander in the corner. Just 5 to shoot. The dunk and the foul, a powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. It's going to be on Jokic.
As big a basket as that was, the free throw probably even bigger. Now you've got a 2-possession lead all of a sudden.
It drops, and he has brought them to within 2 points.
And the competitive nature of Murray making all the difference there, doing everything he can to rally his team.
The kick out to Williams. To Gilgeous-Alexander. No good from outside. And it's Gordon with the ball. He brings it up for the Denver Nuggets. Brown the pass to Porter. Now Jokic back to Porter to take the lead. Right between the eyes.
And turning down what would have been a tough shot for himself into an easy one for his teammate. Couldn't run the inbound play any better than right there.
So a close game sees Oklahoma City taking this one. They had to scrape and claw to push it to overtime, but they really came out in the extra period.
What a ride. I mean, I thought it might end in regulation, but you know what? They came big and did exactly what was necessary once we got into OT.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Doris Burke, David Aldridge, Greg Anthony, and the rest of our terrific 2K Sports crew, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And now, our player of the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
All right, let's check out the starting group for the Thunder. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4, Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2, and it's Williams in at the 3 slot. Now here's Hartenstein. Clock at 4. Williams' shot is good.
Man, he is stronger than he looks, trust me. I mean, Williams has the bulk to win those tough battles inside.
Doncic with it. Down low. Here's Hachimura. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than putting a big guy on a poster. That is the definition of an aggressive play.
And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander is just that good, finishing the play through the foul.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
He did a lot of damage at the free throw line in their last game.
Here's Doncic. And we're about a minute into the first. To the middle. Here's Hachimura. Rejected by Holmgren.
Wow, I mean, the 7'6" wingspan coming in handy. Holmgren loves swatting away shots just like this. Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
You know, after sitting out his first pro year due to a foot injury, Chet Holmgren was well worth the wait, Grant.
Yes, he was. And Chet was actually guarding LeBron during a summer Pro-Am game when he hurt his foot. But Chet was a monster his rookie year, already an elite shot blocker.
The kick out to Williams. And the 3 off target.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
And stolen by Hartenstein. Williams in the post. He's defended by Hayes. Williams passes to Holmgren. No good with the triple. The Lakers have gone 1 for 3 so far. Pass to Reeves. The Thunder pull it in. Williams from long range. And another miss by Oklahoma City. Williams has gone 1 for 3 on the night. Doncic on the wing. Ooh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Hachimura. Finney-Smith's checked in for the Lakers.
For your Lakers, number 17, Dorian Finney-Smith.
First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. To the paint. Outside for Dort. Down low. Outside, Williams. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Pass to Hartenstein. Oklahoma City's got to hurry. They got to get up a shot. And another miss by Oklahoma City. And so James will bring it up for the Lakers. 6-point game to stop the drought. Here's Hayes, and that one's good. A nice job on the glass as they picked up 2 on the second effort.
He's got a knack for those putbacks, so you have to be aware of that defensively. Get a body on him.
To the wing on the left. Williams on the wing. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Off target with the 3. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 6 to open up this game. Finney-Smith dunks it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. Back to Holmgren. Over Finney-Smith. It's hauled in by Luka Doncic.
And usually that's a bucket for him, but look, nobody's perfect in the mid-range.
And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
And you can't let Doncic get this type of positioning because then you're pretty much forced to foul him.
And the Lakers making a change here. Vanderbilt's checked in, and a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Chet Holmgren. Joe's checked in for Dort. And it's Caruso in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Now here's Wiggins. It's Wiggins on the wing. Williams passes to Wiggins. Right side, Joe. And here's Caruso outside. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone just 3 for 7 here at the start. Doncic, no good.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights, that bucket is automatic.
Here's Williams. Deflected! 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Knocks it loose. Williams against Doncic. Back to Vanderbilt. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. Williams from long range. And it's in! Oh! Nails the buzzer beater! Are you kidding?
And just nailed.
Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Thunder out in front, up 3. And back to the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And from what we've seen from Oklahoma City, what's your take so far?
Well, they've used the fast break well to score easy points and keep the defense unsettled.
In this league, it is so hard scoring in the half court, so you have to run every time you get the opportunity.
And Oklahoma City, looking at who they've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Aaron Wiggins out there with Alex Caruso. Then it's Williams, and it's Joe in at the 2. Wiggins finds Gilgeous-Alexander. And here is Williams. The kick out to Wiggins. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. And here's Caruso outside. Gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2.
The defense gives Shai all their attention, and that leaves another guy open and ready to score.
Here's Connect. Gilgeous-Alexander with a rebound. Thunder leading by 6. And Reeves pulls it down. The Lakers have got none of their first 3 shots to fall so far in the second. And as defenses have adjusted to Austin Reeves scoring, Richard, he's countered with the pass.
Austin Reeves doesn't get enough credit for how good his handle is, how much it's improved. It's allowed for him to score, get into different places, and make these passes.
Here's Vanderbilt. Pass to Reeves. Outside Finney-Smith. There's the drive. Gets it to go. That makes him 2 for 3 in this game.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
Ooh, a two-handed power slam.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Vanderbilt against Wiggins. Vanderbilt, the pass to Finney-Smith. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam.
Such confidence as a passer. Hits guys in stride, it makes it look easy.
Williams' shot is good.
Nice offense here. Close in. Great bet to go.
Outside Vanderbilt. Second quarter play, almost 3 minutes gone here. Vincent passes to Finney-Smith. Here's Connect. Pass to Finney-Smith. Outside Reeves. Off target from outside. Oklahoma City leading by 6. Left side Joe. Inside. Reeves with the ball. Joe covering. And he goes in for the dunk.
Good ball pressure and fast plays like that will tighten this up quick.
Wiggins looking around. Pass to Williams. Here's Joe. From outside, off the mark. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside in the second quarter. Vincent. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. Jalen Williams, he's checked in for Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Lou Dort in for Joe. And this is a star-driven league. But talk about the importance of role players, Graham.
Oh, B.A., a lot of times they're the ones who carry the day. You know what you'll get from your stars, but when the X factor ignites, that can make the difference.
Here's Hachimura. Ooh, can't tie it up as that one's no good.
Defense pulled out all the stops to shut him down there.
To the inside, on the wing, Caruso. The kick out to Williams. Knocks down the long J. Williams has got 8.
Well, you got to be able to shoot fast in the league. So it's nice to see Williams doesn't need a lot of setup time.
Doncic passes to James. LeBron James with the flush.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Well, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
James against Caruso. Back to Holmgren. Ooh, the confidence from Holmgren inside.
And this is where Holmgren is such a scoring threat. His size can make interior shots easier to find.
Now, here is James. Got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Thunder out in front, up 5. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. Jalen Williams really making a difference here.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
At the forward slot, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the 5. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. And here's Hartenstein. Williams from long range. And again, Oklahoma City with a triple.
A shot that Williams continues to work on. You love seeing these type of results.
Doncic passes to Hayes. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's on Isaiah Hartenstein. Los Angeles shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
At the line for Los Angeles.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Oklahoma City leading by 6. Dort outside. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Dort. Holmgren with a screen on Reeves. Outside, Williams. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Takes a 3. Williams misses.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Doncic with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Count it. Good.
Oh, my. Tight defense, but Doncic just muscles it in.
Pass to Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. A big triple. Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's easy to see why they go to him so often, because they know they can depend on him to come through for them.
On the wing, Hachimura. Back to James. Outside Reeves. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. Williams finds Holmgren. Now here's Hartenstein. Dort, right side. Outside, Williams. And another 3 for Oklahoma City.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
In the modern NBA, they have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Caruso, he's checked in for Holmgren.
Coming on the floor for Thunder, number 9.
Reeves against Dort.
Caruso.
Reeves, the pass to Hayes. The Lakers with another miss. Oklahoma City leading by 10. Pass to Hartenstein. Outside, Williams. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's off from three-point range. For Los Angeles, they've gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Doncic passes to Hayes. Here's Hachimura.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Back to Reeves. Pass to James. Here's LeBron. And rejected. And here's the fast break. Dort for 3. Sends it home from three-point land. So Dort's got 6.
Yes, such a smart player. Jalen Williams making people around him better.
They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, one of the great challenges of an NBA player's life is being traded. Veteran PJ Tucker said, in 24 hours, you're playing for another team in another city, getting all of your stuff, uprooting your kids, changing schools. Your whole entire life changes in a blink. If you've never experienced it, you'd never understand. EA?
Pretty heavy stuff, Allie. Thank you. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul. Finney-Smith checked in for Hachimura. Williams is checked in for Oklahoma City. Wiggins comes in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams on the wing. Wiggins from long range. He drops it from range. And the Thunder lead by 16.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
James can't get it to go.
It's obvious they're becoming frustrated. Nothing seems to be going their way.
In a major drought, need to find some sort of momentum.
The kick out to Williams. Offline with a 3. Los Angeles has got nothing to fall here in the third. 0 for 4. James outside. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Pass to Williams. Right side, Williams. Outside for Dort. And so it's Oklahoma City with an impressive 16-point lead heading into the break. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
I feel like we've seen more slick passing big man in the league today than we've ever seen.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. And Oklahoma City looking at who they've got to start the fourth. They've got Williams. Isaiah Joe is out there with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Then it's Aaron Wiggins. And it's Caruso in at the 3, the small forward. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Out to the right wing. Here's Connect, covered by Joe. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
And you see the awareness Connect has a good understanding for when his guys are open.
Caruso finds Wiggins. Joe on the wing, jacks up a 3, fires in the triple. And the Thunder lead by 17.
Now you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Hachimura against Wiggins. Williams passes to Caruso. Joe on the wing. 3-pointer. And another 3 for Oklahoma City.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
James against Caruso. James outside. The 3-ball. Good work defensively by Caruso. Thunder leading by 18. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Joe. Wiggins against Hachimura. Now here's Joe. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside Joe. And here's Wiggins. The 3 is up. Drills it from deep.
This has been their game plan here in the final period. We'll see if it continues to work out.
I think when you've got it going from 3-point range, you've got to keep it going. It's a good way to kind of pile up the points quickly.
James can't get that one to fall. And Williams has got the ball here for the Thunder. A 21-point lead, the biggest in the game. Outside Joe. Outside, Williams. On the wing, Caruso. And again, Oklahoma City with a triple.
Since halftime, they have been efficient and effective, making Coach very happy.
Well, I credit some of that to their communication out on the floor. They are attacking as a unit.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at them.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. James with the rebound. James has got 4 rebounds now. Lakers trail by 21. Left side, Milton. Back to James. Fires the 3. Joe grabs the miss. The Thunder have gotten 4 shots out of 6 attempts to drop so far in the fourth. Wiggins with it. Hachimura covering. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Finney-Smith's there. Joe, the pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. And here's Caruso outside. LeBron with the rebound. James has got his 5th rebound in this one.
And what a complete performance we saw from them. A dominant win in every way for the Thunder.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Jalen Williams.
And let's just say this, the name of the game is scoring, and yes, he provided that tonight. You're welcome.
Milton finds James. No good on the triple. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Caruso, right side. Wiggins outside. Pass to Williams. Now Joe. Back to Williams. Wiggins passes to Joe. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. And so it's the Thunder taking care of business in this one. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot about this squad.
They really came in looking confident.